make sure that you secure the spot to that semi-final. It is Germiston on the outside. It's taking it nice and easy. It's a strain on the path. No need to overexert yourself at this stage, ladies and gentlemen. She's followed by her own teammate on the inside. Is Isabel Gata. Fantastic running there by the AGM athletes. They will be looking to be a danger in those semi-finals. A lot of them have qualified and made it through. Warming up the The long jump quickly has just concluded, ladies and gentlemen. It was the women's 18 long jump. We had 6 automatic qualifiers that jumped over that 5:35 mark earlier. Fantastic. The rest of them qualified based on the standings. But the lead so far going into the finals tomorrow is Oluchi to go as a favorite, a record breaker with a 5.99. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some 6s tomorrow. Fantastic results here at long jump 50. And we are off in the third heat of the women's 18 400 meters. In lane 2, we have Leanne Swanamo from Northwest North. In lane 3, we have Leon Ekhurhuleni from the Ekhurhuleni West. In lane 4, Nene from Mpumalanga. In 5, Sinead van Beek from Poland. Lane 6, Anne Pretorius. Lane 7, Anya. And lane 8, we have Mia Portia. This looks like a quicker heat than what we saw earlier. I'm pretty impressed with it so far. That first 200 meters was at 28 seconds. I think it's going to be well within that 57 mark. Remember, there's no need to overexert right now. It is Pretorius. He's just looking quite... It is Pretorius. He's looking quite comfortable right now. But she has the athlete from Poland, Anya, just on the outside. Just making sure that they do enough to qualify to the next round. That's all that's needed right now. Don't need to exert yourself. Don't need to go hard. Because you're still at the semi-final. Then we have the final. Remember, the 400 meters is one of the most gruesome races
Thank you, bro.
Welcome to the live coverage of Athletics South Africa's Age Group Athletics Championships taking place at Germiston Stadium in Gauteng. We do apologize that it's taken this long to get the stream going. Bit of issues in terms of the broadcast rights, and the confusion eventually resolved with Pitch Vision coming to the rescue. And unfortunately, for those of you who were a little bit upset for missing out on this morning's athletics, we are glad to confirm that we will be with you until the rest of today. We'll also be with you tomorrow and again on Saturday at this 3-day championship. So you have missed a fair bit of athletics, but as I say, we are pleased that you'll be able to join us for the rest of the afternoon. My name is Wes Botten, and you are catching us in time for the under 18 boys 400 meter sprints. We're about to get going with heat 3. South African record in this event, 45.15 seconds, set by Rian Dempus all the way back in 1994. Can't imagine we'll see that broken today, especially not in the first round heats. But we'll see how quick these boys can go. We are underway now in heat 3. This is the youth boys 400 meters. JC Strachan from Athletics Gauteng North getting off well in lane 1. And Michael Shanzi, his AGN teammate, going well in lane 6. Just on Shanzi's outside, Matthew Sampson, another AGN athlete, trying to push him into that top bend, but it is still Michael Shanzi, about half a meter clear of his teammate. And I think it's going to be Shanzi into the finishing straight. Look out for Strachan in lane 1, but he's got some work to do now. And it is the two AGN athletes on the outside, Michael Shanzi and Matthew Sampson. And also coming through strongly, Ompile Pila. So great running by the AGN athletes. They take the top 3 positions. And those boys will progress to the next round. Still have 3 heats to come in this under 18 400 meter sprint. The winning time there, 50.01 unofficially. The boys are out on the track for the 4th heat in this youth 400 meter heats. The full lineup will include 7 athletes. Lane 1 will be open. We have Luniko Memziwe from Western Province going in lane 2. On his outside from lane 3, it is Christopher Handley, Neo Abrahams, Rogaine Ward, Luandle Kolobe, Apologies for that, folks. Just a bit of a technical issue there as we wait for the next heat in the youth boys 400 meters. Some excellent running in the 100 meter sprints a little bit earlier today. Marco Ferreira going really well in the under 20 boys sprint, running just outside 10.2. Mukona Manavela ran 10.33, looking very comfortable. Didn't even look like Manavela hit top gear. And then in the under 23 age group, Itumeleng Shezi going well, as well as Abdurrahman Karim from Western Province, who ran 10.19 unofficially to win his under 23 heat. So we'll see those guys in action a little bit later today in the next round of the 100-meter sprint. But back to the action here in the under 18 boys 400 meters. Heat 4 of 6. Unico Memziwe looking strong for Western Province on the inside. But he's got a lot of work to do to hold off the athletes in the outside lanes. Memziwe does enter the finishing straight in front. And here comes Uwandle Kolobe from Athletics Gauteng North. And just on his outside for Eastern Province, Patrick Kettledust. Those three athletes running well in that heat. The win going to Linico Memziwe, representing Western Province. His winning time, 48.69. That's good running for the youth boys, especially considering this is still a first round heat. And you can imagine he might go a little bit quicker in the final later today. Very, very warm conditions in Germiston this morning. And I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but we do have quite a bit of cloud cover now. And that has helped cool things down a little bit. But we've also had a little bit of drizzle, so I'll knock on wood as I say this. Hopefully the rain stays away for the rest of the day, because these are beautiful conditions for athletics. Maybe a little too hot this morning. It has cooled down a fair bit. Still warm enough for the sprinters to enjoy these conditions. And almost no wind at all blowing through the stadium at the moment, so these 400-meter sprinters probably couldn't ask for anything better right now. And probably a good time if you want to try and run some quick times, even though it's a first round heat. Anyone looking for a personal best, these are the conditions to do it. Heat 5 now of 6 in the boys under 18 400 meters. Again, a lineup of 7 athletes, so lane 1 will be empty. From lanes 2 through to 8, it is Moseki, Williams, Van Sale, Graaf, Swart, Mohapi, and Mhlongo. We've already seen a sub 49 in these youth boys heats. Let's see if we get another one in these last couple of races. And they're away cleanly in Heat 5. Good start by the CGA. Oh, sorry, that's Eastern Province athlete Levi Swart in lane 6. And Swart is the man to beat down the back straight. Still more than 200 meters to go. And the key to 400-meter running is how strong you are at the finish. So we'll see if Levi Swart can hold on to this advantage that he has around that top bend. On his outside, from Athletics Free State, Katleho Mohapi trying to close him down as they enter the finishing straight. I think Mohapi has too much work to do here. Still fighting hard as the Free State athlete. He's going to finish a couple of meters off the pace. It is Levi Swart from Eastern Province. Coasts over the line to win that heat. His winning time, 48.32. Good run there by Levi Swart. Went out hard. Took his foot off the pedal a little bit down the finishing straight, which is probably a smart thing to do. Just saving a bit of energy for the second round. So one more heat to come now. And the boys under 18 400 meters. And it's a good heat. Some quality athletes lining up here. Again, the first lane will be open. So 7 boys go in this race. Kepei Anobomi from Athletics Transkei goes in lane 2. On his outside in lane 3, Quincy Monareng from Athletics in Mpumalanga. His teammate Trust Mkabela is just outside him in lane 4. Prince Latile from Eastern Province goes in lane 5. Look out for the man from Central Gauteng in lane 6, Mohammed Butler. John Ndlovu goes in lane 7, and another CGA athlete, NJ de Klerk, starts in lane 8. We're off in this final heat in the boys under 18 400 meters. Strong running by the CGA athletes on the outside. John Ndlovu going well. Leading into the back straight in lane 7. Butler just inside him in 6. Trying to chase him down. Butler will have the inside advantage into that bend. And we'll see if he can catch him as that stagger unwinds. But at the moment, John Ndlovu just managing to hold him off. And only now does Butler catch him. And I think Mohammed Butler will lead into the last 100 meters. Ndlovu still trying to hang on, just a meter or so off the pace, and he'll take second position. It is going to be Mohammed Butler who takes the win. John Ndlovu second. So CGA dominating that heat. The winning time for Butler, 49.7. And he'll fancy his chances of a medal in the final, though he's going to have to go quicker than that. Did seem to be cruising down that finishing straight. And that's it for the under 18 boys 400 meters. We move on now to the junior woman. Over the 1 lap sprint, we'll have 4 heats for the under 20 girls, and as you can see, the lineup for heat 1 already out on the track. 6 girls in this race. Lanes 1 and 2 will be open. A stadium announcer confirming that Luvo Manyonga has graced himself with graced us with his presence. Manyonga, a former world outdoor champion in the long jump, making an impressive comeback this year in his mid-30s. Still one of South Africa's top athletes in that long jump discipline, and good to see him coming out here to support these age group championships. So he'll be watching from the stands as the under 20 girls prepare for the 400 meter sprint. Look out for Tietke Haasbroek in lane 3 from Athletics Gauteng North. Perhaps better known for her performances over shorter distances. Let's see how Haasbroek goes here over 1 lap of the track. On her outside, her AGN teammate in lane 4 is Mia van Wyk. CGA's represented by Vinay Esterhuizen in lane 5. Zante van der Merwe, another AGN athlete, goes in 6. Helen du Toit from Boerland lines up in 7. And Melissa Holson, turning out for KwaZulu-Natal, starts in lane 8. First of 4 heats among the under 20 women. And they're away at the first time of asking. Good start as expected by Tietke Haasbroek in lane 3. The question is she going to have the legs over the last 200 meters of this race? A very good sprinter, a lot of raw speed has Haasbroek. Has she got the strength here over the 400 meter distance? Zante van der Merwe looking strong for AGN in lane 6. Just inside her, Vinay Esterhuizen going well for CGA in lane 5. Also in lane 7, turning out for Boerland, Helen du Toit. It's those 3 athletes neck and neck heading into the finishing straight, but Zante van der Merwe trying to open a gap now, just holding off the challenge from Helen du Toit in lane 7. And du Toit is going to take it on the line, just edging past Zante van der Merwe. And the winning time 55.32. Did seem like Zante van der Merwe just took her foot off the pedal a little bit in the closing stages there. Helen du Toit making sure she progresses to the final, taking the victory in the end with a strong finish from the Boland athlete. 3 more heats to come in the under-20 women's 400-meter sprint. And it's a strong heat. We've got 6 athletes going from lanes 3 through to 8. Alicia de Klerk from Western Province lines up in lane 3. Look out for Jasmine Collette from AGN in 4. And she's got 3 AGN teammates lining up just outside her. Iselda Beer goes in 5. Noah Reinstein in 6. And watch Kaylin A. Church, who lines up in lane 7. Closing out the lineup in lane 8. Representing Limpopo is Tahila Feldman. South African record in this event is 51.87, set by Justine Palfreman all the way back in 2012. The qualifying standard for the World Athletics Under-20 Championships taking place in Eugene a little bit later this year is 55.2. You would expect faster times to come in the final, but these are good conditions if anybody is looking for that World Championships qualifying standard. And we're away in Heat 2 in the under-20 women's 400 meters. Cracking start by Kaylin A. Church out in lane 7. Also strong running from her 3 AGN teammates on her inside. Those 4 athletes starting to break clear of the rest of the field. It is still A. Church who leads, but her teammates now starting to close her down. And this could be a tight battle for positions in that final. Jasmine Collette coming through well in lane 4. As that stagger starts to unwind, it is still Kaylin A. Church putting up a fight, but here's Noah Reinstein now in lane 6. And it's AGN all the way. Kaylin A. Church fighting back on her outside. And she might just catch her, but I think Reinstein will hold on here to win this second heat among the under-20 women. Kaylin A. Church finishing second. And on the inside, Iselda Beer taking 3rd place for AGN. Jasmine Collette settling for 4th place in the end. 2 more heats to come in the under-20 women's 400-meter sprint. Again, we'll have 6 athletes in lane or in heat 3. So this is how they line up from lanes 3 through to 8. It is Rosina Palane from Limpopo on the inside. In lane 4, representing Free State, is Elizabeth Fick. Astrid Fourie goes in lane 5 for Vol Triangle. Davida Strong from CGA goes in 6. Her CGA teammate Lana Ungara lines up in lane 7. And drawn in lane 8, another athlete representing the host province CGA, Lishan van Sale. Two more heats in the under-20 women's 400-meter sprint before we move on to the under-20 men. Multiple age groups competing at these age group championships. We have under-16, under-18, under-20, and under-23 athletes turning out here at Germiston Stadium over 3 days of competition. So after the under 20 athletes have completed their 400 meter heats, we'll move on to the under 23 age group. Off we go now in heat 3 among the under 20 women over 1 lap of the track. It's the CGA athletes in lanes 6 through to 8, looking strongest in the early stages of this race. Leishan van Sail flying on the outside in lane 8. 2 lanes inside her, Davida Strong trying to close her down. Watch the Free State athlete in lane 4, Elizabeth Fick, also looking strong, as does Astrid Fourie in lane 5 from Athletics Vol Triangle. 5 athletes in this battle as they enter the finishing straight, searching for places in that final. And this is going to be close. Lana Ungara coming through nicely now in lane 7. Just inside her, Davida Strong and Astrid Fourie trying desperately to hold on. This could go any way. And it is Davida Strong in the end who comes through for the win, just dipping Lana Ungara on the line. And I think the CJ athletes taking first and second. Astrid Fourie put up a real fight there for Athletics Vol Triangle, but I think she'll settle for 3rd place in the end. We still have 1 more heat in the under 20 women's 400 meters. Seven athletes going in this final heat. Nika Verster from Free State goes in lane 2. On her outside from lane 3, it is Anzel Bortus, Sky Dixon, Zia Dutoy, Elisma van Wyk, Danielle Pienaar, and Grisha Karsten from Northwest Cape goes in lane 8. Seems like a bit of a technical issue, but it does look like we're good to go now as the athletes are called to their marks. And they're away at the first time of asking in this final heat for the under 20 women's 400 meter sprinters. Boerland's Elisma van Wyk going out like a bomb in lane 6. Van Wyk flying down the finish or down the back straight. The rest of the athletes have got a lot of work to do if they want to catch her. It's going to be a quick time, I think, if she can hold on to this pace over the last 200 meters. What a cracking start by Elisma van Wyk, the Boerland athlete. Still holding off the rest of the field with 100 meters to go. I think the battle's on for second position because Elisma van Wyk is making things very difficult for the rest of this field. We will keep an eye on the clock. Keep an eye out for Danielle Pienaar in lane 7, coming through with a flying finish. Doesn't manage to catch her. Elisma van Wyk holds on for the win in 56.04. Danielle Pienaar, strong finish there to take second place for Athletics Free State. Both those athletes will progress to the next round. Elisma van Wyk going out really strongly there. I think struggling a little bit in the closing stages of that race, but did well to hold on for the victory. Next up will be the under 20 men's 400 meters. We'll have 5 heats in this age group. Look out for the man who goes in lane 6, representing Athletics in Mpumalanga, Crane Romain, one of South Africa's top athletes in his age group last year. We'll see how he goes in these heats at this national championship. National record held by one of South Africa's most promising young athletes, Leendert Kokemoer, who ran 45.03. The national senior championships last year in Potchefstroom, shattering the long-standing record held by Rian Dempers. Leendert Kokemoer not in the start lists for this 400-meter event. He is expected to challenge for a medal at the World Junior Championships later this year, and I assume Kokemoer perhaps focusing on shorter distance sprints at these national championships. It's a long season for him. He'll be competing on the international circuit, and probably a good idea to hold back the 400-meter racing for a little bit later on. I think we might see him at the national senior championships next month, but it does open the door for somebody else to take this national junior title. And let's see how they go in the first of 5 heats in this under 20 age group. Andile Kaba from KwaZulu-Natal flying through the first 200 meters, but here comes the pre-race favorite in lane 6. Crane Romain will lead into the top bend. Kadmil Latika fighting hard for Limpopo on his inside, but Crane Romain looking very strong as he enters the finishing straight in this 400-meter sprint. The battle is on for second position, but no doubts about the winner in Heat 1. We'll keep an eye on the clock. This could be quick. Crane Romain looking very, very comfortable. 46.88 seconds for Crane Romain. And that's about half a second on the qualifying time required to represent South Africa at the World Junior Championships later this year. So a great start to these championships for Crane Romain. And unless someone's able to do something special, I think he'll turn out as the favorite for the final, going under 47 seconds in the first round. Very impressive efforts. Didn't give anybody else a chance in that first round heat. We move on now to the second of 5 heats in the boys under 20 400 meters. I do need to take a short break from the commentary booth. I'll be back with you shortly. Until then, you can continue receiving visuals via this live stream courtesy of Pitch Vision, and I'll be back with you soon.
Last year, but didn't get to medal. Can he rectify all of this mistakes in 2025? And I'm afraid there's a 5 Germiston 6. Alongside him, that's Salon Duck and the covers of the Free State. He's a fabulous runner. joy, the joy of athletics, the joy from the ball triangle. And joy Makarana, going to inline eight. It's on the Nixani. Watch out for this young man. Toward the tight lane, inline one. Bravo goes in line three.
Apologies for that break in commentary. As you would have seen in the second heat among the under 20 boys 400 meters, Anik Sali from Western Province taking the win. A little outside 47 seconds. And this now is heat 3. Zach Reddy from Athletics Gauteng North takes the win in 48.65. Good running in this first round by the under 20 athletes over 400 meters. Crane Romain going under 47 seconds in the first heat. Anik Sali going under 48 in heat 2. And now Zach Reddy cruising over the line in sub 49. We have 2 more heats to come in the under 20 age group before we move on to the under 23 heats. Six athletes in the field for Heat 4. Reino Riekert from AGN goes in lane 2. Henrico Kreur, representing Athletics Northwest North, is in 3. Ronnie Chacha from AGN goes in 4. Lima Maruma, also representing AGN, is drawn in lane 5. Jager Kutsia from Boerland in 6. Heinrich Grobelaar, representing Athletics Free State, is in 7. And out in lane 8 from Eastern Province is Kieran van Sale. And we're off in Heat 4 in the under 20 boys 400 meter sprint. Reino Riekert going out hard for AGN in lane 2. Lima Maruma also looking good in the middle lanes for AGN. And on the outside, Kieran van Lille running well for Eastern Province in lane 8. Lima Maruma from AGN might have a slight advantage here, but Reino Riekert, his AGN teammate, now moves into the lead with a little less than 100 meters to go. Riekert is the athlete to watch. Heinrich Grobelaar coming through like a beast for Free State on the outside. I think he'll take second position. Great finish by Heinrich Grobelaar. Athletics Free State athlete keeping his hopes alive and progressing to the next round. Lima Maruma taking the win for AGN in that heat in 48.34. One more heat to come in the under 20 men's 400 meter sprint. 7 athletes going in heat 5. Marcus Espag from AGN goes in lane 2. Ntando Zulu, representing Mpumalanga, is drawn in lane 3. In lane 4, from Athletics Free State, Tumiso Tapo. Buddy Zaki from CGA goes in 5. His CGA teammate Dylan Skippers is in 6. Aberleens Skuman from Boerland lines up in lane 7, and on the outside in lane 8 for Athletics Free State is Evan Nivot. And we're off in heat 5 in the under 20 men's 400 meter sprint. Buddy Zaki going well for CGA on the right of your screen. On the far left, representing Boerland in lane 7, Abelanese Skuman. And Dylan Skierper is also running strongly in the middle there for CGA in lane 6. Skuman leads quite convincingly into the finishing straight. The CGA athletes are going to be battling for second position. Abelanese Skuman takes the win in heat 5 in this under 20 400 meters. Good time there for Skuman, 47.25. And that's a strong finish in this under 20 men's 400 meter heats. Next up on the track are the under 23 women. We'll have only 2 heats. Both of them very strong fields. We'll have 6 athletes in heat 1, 7 athletes go in heat 2. So a total of 13 athletes battling for 8 spots in the final. The lineup for heat 1, Anja van Staden from Free State goes in 3. Just outside her Free State teammate Marilet Blom is in lane 4. Dushal Breert from CGA goes in 5. Another CGA athlete, Mia de Beer, lines up in lane 6. Shanae Vermeulen, also representing the host province, is in 7. And Marley Dumont from AGN goes in lane 8. Expect this to be a tight battle. Some quality athletes in this lineup. They're called to the marks. Heat 1 of 2 in the girls under 23 400 meter sprint. I shouldn't say girls, the women's under 23 400 meter sprint. And they're off. Pretty even going in the early stages here. Watch the 3 athletes on the outside. Mia de Beer, Shanae Vermeulen and Molly Demond all getting off really well. Shanae Vermeulen leading down that back straight, but Mia de Beer just on her inside in lane 6 has the advantage of that inside lane with 200 meters to go. Shanae Vermeulen trying to hold her off. Marley Demont now fighting back for AGN in lane 8, but she has some work to do. Dushal Breert coming through in lane 4 for CGA. Mia de Beer now leads into the last 100 meters. It's CGA athletes dominating heat 1. Shanae Vermeulen fighting back once again. It's going to go all the way to the line. We might have to wait for the results to see who won that heat. Mia de Beer and Shanae Vermeulen crossing the line neck and neck. Dushal Breert hanging on for 3rd position. So all 3 of those CGA athletes progressing to the final. One more heat in the women's under 23 400 meters. And another strong field. Jenna Boyson goes in 2 for CGA. Representing Central Northwest is Jessica van Heerden, and her Central Northwest teammate Michaela Thompson goes in 4. Look out for the athletes in lane 5 from CGA. Precious Molepo, one of South Africa's top 400 meter sprinters, reached the World Junior Championships final at the age of 15 some years ago. And Precious Molepo finding good form again last year. Let's see how she goes in this heat. But watch the athlete on her outside from Athletics Gauteng North, Hannah van Niekerk, a former World Junior Championships medalist in the 400 meter hurdles. Colleen Skeepers, another athlete to watch in lane 7 representing AGN. And Danae Kotza from CGA lines up in lane 8. You've got to think the favorite here is Precious Molepo, but she's going to have to work for it against the likes of van Niekerk and Skeepers. And they're away cleanly in this 2nd and final heat in the under 23 women's 400 meters. Cracking start by Hannah van Niekerk in lane 6. Van Niekerk at this stage, the athlete to beat. Precious Molepo trying to hang on her inside. The rest of this field have some work to do if they want to challenge for the victory in this heat. It is still Hannah van Niekerk leads into the second half of this race, but watch Precious Molepo on her inside, representing the host province, CGA. Precious Molepo fighting hard to close her down. Those two athletes will lead into the finishing straight. Molepo now takes the lead. I think Hannah van Niekerk will be happy with second position here. All they're looking for is places in that final. Both those athletes will cruise through to that medal contest. Precious Molepo takes the win. Hannah van Niekerk holding on for second place after that cracking start by the former hurdle specialist. The winning time in that heat, 53.55. And based on how they ran in both those heats, expect a cracking final in the under 23 women's 400 meters. We move on now to the under 23 men. We'll have 3 heats in the under 23 400 meters for men. And look out for the man in lane 6, representing Central Gauteng. Well, as I say that, I look down on the track and I don't see him in lane 6. Was a bit of a surprise to see him in the start list. Udeme Okon, a World Relay Championships medalist, was expected to line up here, but I think has decided to rather focus on shorter distance sprints later in the championship. I think we'll see Okon going in the 200-meter event. And perhaps he just hasn't stepped out onto the track yet, but I don't think Udeme Okon will go in this race. So it looks like we'll have 7 athletes in Heat 1. Rorisang Ramopuru from AGN goes on the inside in lane 1. On his outside from lane 2, it is Tapiso Mohale, Ali Shabangu, Jacques Pinard, Rashid Gadi. We still don't see Udeme Okon in lane 6. On his outside in lanes 7 and 8, Yanis Labuskaghni and Soletu Mawela. Okon would have been the firm favorite to win the national championship. It'll be interesting to see what happens now with Okon, because there is a rule generally at national championships, especially at this level. If you enter an event and you don't compete, you're not allowed to run in other events. So perhaps deciding not to compete at these championships, Udeme Okon, or perhaps he's got some leeway from the officials who have maybe allowed him to enter the 200 meters later on. We do hope he's okay, hasn't picked up some sort of injury. Disappointing not to see him on the start line, but we do still have 7 athletes in this first heat among the under 23 men over 400 meters. We saw 3 athletes going under 48 seconds in the under 20 age group. Let's see if the under 23 men can go any quicker than that. Yanis Labuskaghni starting well for Central Northwest in lane 7, and he leads down the back straight. Rashid Gadi trying to chase him down for Central Gauteng, 2 lanes inside him. But Yanis Labuskaghni narrowly holding on to the lead. He glances back, does Labuskaghni, and sees Rashid Gadi pulling up onto his shoulder. Looks to his side again, and I think Labuskaghni just making sure nobody else is in contention here. Nothing wrong with finishing in the top 2 in these heats. And just puts in a bit of a surge in the closing stages, does Labuskaghni. Dips on the line, his winning time, 46.66. So pretty quick running there in Heat 1 by Yanis Labuskaghni. Rashid Gadi takes second position for the host province, Central Gauteng. We move on now to Heat 2 of 3. We're expecting a full lineup of 8 athletes in this heat. In lane 1, Kamohelo Mokabela from Athletics Free State. On his outside in 2, Ranko Hlahlele, also representing Free State. Turning out in the colors of Athletics Vol Triangle, Kanya Mutlokwana goes in lane 3. Representing Eastern Province in lane 4, Lonwabo Mbalula. Ekhurhuleni Diasi from CGA goes in 5, Luyanda Magubane in the colors of KwaZulu-Natal is drawn in lane 6. Turning out for Central Northwest is Bradley Mapunyane, drawn in lane 7. On the outside in lane 8 for Gauteng North, it is Tato Matlala. Janis Labuskachny from Central Northwest setting the standard here, going under 47 seconds in that first heat. Seemed to run conservatively in the closing stages, kept glancing across at Rashid Gardi and allowed Gardi to take the lead, but then put in a little surge at the end there, did Labuskachny, to take the win in heat 1. You don't want to go too hard in the first round. You need to save some energy for the final. But I think it does give you a bit more confidence and perhaps puts a bit of a fright into your opposition if you're able to run well in the first round. And we're underway in race 2 of the under-23 men's 400-meter heats at these National Age Group Championships. Cracking start by Bradley Mapunyane from Central Northwest in lane 7. Mapunyane looks like the athlete to beat in the early stages of this race. But as I said earlier, and at 400 meters, you need to make sure you finish strongly. Starting well isn't enough. And here comes Luyanda Magubane from KZN in lane 6. Magubane will lead into the finishing straight, but Bradley Mapunyane sitting on his shoulder. Great finish here by Luyanda Magubane, and the KZN athlete coasts over the line, almost stops to a walk. He slowed down so quickly there, he actually stumbled over the line and still ran 46.29. What a good run by Luyanda Magubane. I wonder if he will turn out as the favorite in that final. He looked so smooth down that finishing straight, just jogged over the last 50 meters, slowed to almost a walk, still went well under 47 seconds. Very, very impressive by the KZN athlete. One more heat to come in the under-23 men's 400-meter sprint. After these 400-meter sprints, we'll move on to the semi-finals over the 100-meter distance. We had the 100-meter heats earlier today, some very quick running, especially from the boys. Marco Ferreira running just outside 10.2 in the under-20 age group. And Bukona Manavela jogging through in 10.33, also among the under-20s. And in the under-23 division, Abdurrahman Karim running an unofficial time of 10.19, which I think would have been rounded down a little bit. But we're back to the action now in the last heat among the under-23 400-meter runners. Full lineup here of 8 athletes. Pretty even running over the first 200 meters. Athletics Central Northwest's Daniel Briel leads into the top end in lane 7. But a whole lot of athletes on his inside trying to close him down. Briel at this stage managing to hold them off. Glances to his left, just make sure that he's got a bit of a gap there. And Ruan Westhuizen will come through for second position, but the win there going to Daniel Briel. And look at the clock, 45.62 for the Central Northwest athlete. What a cracking run, considering this is a first round heat. It'll be interesting to see how much quicker Daniel Briel can go in the final. One of the performances of the day so far by Briel. Looked very, very smooth. And that was an impressive finish to the 400-meter heats on our program. If you're just joining us, you are watching the Athletics South Africa National Age Group Championships. 4 separate age divisions at these 3-day national championships in the under 16, under 18, under 20, and under 23 age groups. And we move on now to the flagship event of track and field athletics. It is the semi-finals of the 100-meter sprints. In some events, the athletes will not compete in semi-finals. They'll go straight through from the heats to the final. And only in a few of the age groups will we have semi-finals. We start here with the under 16 girls. So it looks like the 3 events where we won't have semi-finals will be the under 20 women, as well as the under 23 men and women. The reason for that, just because there were fewer athletes competing in the heats, they were able to just push them through after one round straight through to the final. Whereas because there are more entries in some of the younger age groups, they will have semi-finals. The finals will be held a little bit later this evening, and we do hope that you will stick around for those, because we are expecting some pretty quick times. The under 16 girls 100-meter sprints expected to start in about 5 minutes or so. So they are just to the right of your screen. You can see them warming up there. But we do need to wait for the volunteers and the officials to get to the start line. Set up the starting blocks. The official starters also need to get themselves into position. So we'll be getting underway in a few minutes' time. I'll be taking a short break from the commentary booth, but I'll be back with you shortly. And it looks like we are just about good to go in the girls under 16 100-meter semi-finals. Expect some quick times here in Heat 1. We will have 3 races among the under 16 girls. So the first 2 in each heat will qualify for the final, as well as the next 2 quickest athletes from the 3 heats combined. The lineup here for Heat 1, Chandre O'Grady from Athletics Vaal Triangle goes in lane 1. Anzal Shook from Mpumalanga in 2. Lamika Adamson lines up for Boland in lane 3. Watch the young lady in lane 4, one of the finds of the season and one of South Africa's most promising young stars, Bintu Kamara from Athletics Gauteng North. At the age of 13, has already qualified for the World Junior Championships later this year, which is absolutely phenomenal. And the 13-year-old athlete turning out in this under 16 age group, competing against athletes who are a couple of years older than her. So let's see how Kamara goes from lane 4. Her AGN teammate Busisewe Magwaza, another athlete to watch in lane 5. Megan Buerta will fancy her chances of getting through to that final. She goes for Southwestern Districts in lane 6. Ellen Fortain from Central Northwest is in 7. And from Southwestern Districts in lane 8, Camilka van Sale. Bintu Kamara is so new on the scene. I have to be honest here. I'm not even sure which way her name is pronounced. I thought it was Kamara Bintu. That's what I've been calling her. But I see in recent entry lists she's been entered as Bintu Kamara. So I think I've been getting her name wrong. We've got to get that right because she's going to do some special things, I think, over the next few years. And you'll see why in the next few minutes when they get underway with this under 16 heat. Just a reminder, she's competing against athletes 2 years older than herself. She turns 14 later this year, does Kamara. And the older athletes in this race are going to have to work for it if they want to beat her. Only 2 athletes guaranteed from this semi-final to get a spot in that final. I'm doing the TV commentary. You need to find the presenter. So as you can see, there's no starting blocks on the track, which is what's causing the delay. I'm trying to see where they are because they were at the 400 meter start. And I don't see the little trolley anywhere. It's a little bit strange. I don't know what's happened. The starting blocks have literally vanished. And I wonder if someone's taken them into the storeroom underneath the stadium. Our stadium announcer, Thabo Molete, with his booming voice, the voice of South African athletics, calling for those blocks, and there they are. Finally, they are being wheeled to the start of this 100-meter event. I think what happened was they mistakenly took them to the start of the 200 meters. But that seems to have been resolved. We just have to wait now for a couple of minutes to get these blocks out on the track. It'll also only be fair to allow these young girls to have a couple of run-throughs as they prepare for the start of what is a very important race for them. Places in the final at these national championships up for grabs. And while they prepare those blocks, let's just run through the start list again because it is impressive, this first heat among the under-16 girls. Chandra O'Grady from Vol Triangle in 1. Anzal Shuk from Mpumalanga in lane 2. Lamika Adamson, look out for her. She goes for Boerland in lane 3. Bintu Kamara, representing Athletics Gauteng North, is in lane 4. Her teammate, Busisewe Magwaza, goes in 5. Megan Buerta from Southwestern Districts in 6. Ellen Fortain represents Central Northwest in lane 7. And drawn in lane 8. From Southwestern Districts is Camilka van Sale. I think our favorites in the middle lanes, Lamika Adamson, Bintu Kamara, Busisiwe Magwaza and Megan Buerta, probably favored to reach that final. Only 2 guaranteed spots out of these 8 athletes. The 2 quickest non-automatic qualifiers from these 3 heats will also find spots in that final, but you don't want to have to wait to see what times are run in heats 2 and 3, and always safer just to try and get into one of those top 2 spots. This is going to be a very quick heat, I think. It's an absolutely stacked lineup. So I think we're about ready to go now in this first heat among the under-16 girls. 100 meters of the track. It's a tough event, is the 100 meters, because it's such a short race. You can't really afford to make any mistakes. First 2 athletes guaranteed a spot in that final to be held later today. Bintu Kamara in lane 4 has already won the National Primary Schools title this year, but competing against athletes a couple of years older than her, it'll be a good challenge for the youngster. As I said, at the age of 13, has already qualified for the World Under-20 Championships this season. Just an indication of how good she is. And they get away at the first time of asking. Good start by Kamara in lane 4. Just on her inside, Lamika Adamson pushing hard, but Kamara's going to take the win here. The 13-year-old wins the first under-16 heat. Cracking run, 11.82 seconds for Bintu Kamara. The AGN athlete books a spot in that final later today. How good is Bintu Kamara? I'm not sure who's coaching her at the moment, but whoever it is, I hope they look after her, because I think that young lady has a very bright future in this sport if she sticks around. Not the best start for Kamara. Unsurprising, considering she's 13 years old. And it does take a while to get that start right. Even professional senior athletes struggle with it. It's challenging to get off to a quick start in the 100 meters. But once she got going, didn't really give anybody else a chance there. Good run by Lamika Adamson on her inside. Tried to push Kamara, but the 13-year-old eventually getting away for Athletics Gauteng North. And she sets the standard in this under-16 100-meter semi-finals. We move on now to Heat 2. And here's the full lineup as you see them on screen from right to left as they stand. Our right, their left, is Isabella Steinbach in lane 1, representing Central Northwest. On her outside from lane 2, it is Jalen Marie, Lomile Mofokeng, Dene Prinsloo, Keriana Govender, Amukelani Manyike, Mika Gerber, and Elise Jordan. And it looks like we're missing a couple of athletes on the outside. Just one athlete, Elise Jordan from Boerland, doesn't seem to be there in lane 8. So we'll have 7 girls in this race. And it looks like there might be a faulty start. Didn't hear the gun go without the pistol firing. Either the pistol jammed or one of the girls just getting a little trigger happy. Let's see what the officials say. And there is unfortunately a red card for the athletes in lane 1. So Isabella Steinbach from Central Northwest misses out on this semi-final and loses out on an opportunity to compete in that final. Very unfortunate for that young lady, and perhaps a bit of a learning curve for her. And she'll be watching from the sidelines. 6 athletes left now in this field. And this time they get away cleanly. Good start by Kariana Govender in lane 5, pushing her hard. On her inside is Danae Prinsloo, and here comes Lumile Mofokeng. Mofokeng might just take this one, but she's going to have to push all the way to the line. Good running by Kariana Govender. The 2 AGN athletes securing the top 2 spots in that race, and they will both come back for the final later today. Lumile Mofokeng taking the win in 12.16. Kariana Govender had to fight for that one. A number of athletes challenging there for those top 2 spots, but it is the Gauteng North athletes coming through in the end. Mofokeng really strong over the last 50 meters. Moving on now to the 3rd and final heat among the under-16 girls. This is how they line up from lanes 1 through to 8. It is Lila Titus, Esona Kuse, Shasali Ovis, Rume Korf, look out for her from AGN, she goes in lane 4. Angel Motisi is in 5, Lenka Dutoy lines up in 6, Amber Null in 7, and Tanika van Sale from Northwest North goes in lane 8. The athletes in the middle lanes are usually the ones to watch because they were the quickest in the first round heats a little bit earlier today. But you never count out the athletes on the fringes either. I do think perhaps Rume Korf, Angel Motisi, and Lenka Dutoy will fancy their chances of challenging for those top 2 spots and looking for an automatic place in that final. Gauteng North dominating the first 2 heats. Let's see how they go here. They've got 3 athletes in this race, do Athletics Gauteng North. And they're away at the first time of asking. Tight battle in the early stages of this race. Here comes Rume Korf. Korf might take the win. The battle's on for 2nd position. Rume Korf books her place in the final to be held later today. 12.08 seconds her winning time. And I think it was Esona Kuse coming through for 2nd position from Athletics Gauteng North in lane 2. Great running by the Gauteng North athletes in all 3 of these semi-finals among the under-16 girls. Rume Korf winning that final heat just outside 12 seconds. We now move on to the first race of 2 in the under-16 boys semi-finals. So just 2 heats here. Looking for spots in that final to be held later today. This is how they line up in heat 1. Ria Monyapelo from Central Northwest goes in lane 1. On his outside in lane 2. Ompile Mokati from Athletics Transkei. Vuya Ungobeni from Boerland is in lane 3. Ogone Mosala representing Gauteng North turns out in lane 4. Kamohelo Letebele representing Central Gauteng is in lane 5. Jeno Jacobs from Boerland is in 6. Turning out in lane 7 from Central Gauteng is James Donald and Endinako Matliwa, running for Western Province. Closes out the lineup in lane 8. That's how they turn out as they stand on your screen from right to left. And we're underway. Great start by Vuyo Ngobeni from Boerland in lane 3. He's the man to catch as they enter the second half of this race. Here comes CGA's Kamohelo Letebele. Letebele takes second position. The win goes to Vuyo Ngobeni. His winning time 10.79. Very quick running in the under 16 age group. So Ngobeni representing Boerland and Letebele for Central Gauteng, picking up the top 2 spots in that first heat. We move on to the second and final heat among the under 16 boys. This is how they line up from right to left. Panache Bingo from Vol Triangle goes in lane 1. Zion Michaels representing Western Province is in 2. Kotomotsumai from Central Gauteng goes in lane 3. Look out for the man in lane 4, Cody Ben, turns out for Athletics Gauteng North. Another one of our pre-race favorites, Tiago van Eerden, goes for Free State in lane 5. Muzamil Baruchi lines up for Western Province in 6. Joan Marstorp from Gauteng North is in 7. And Duran Baron starts in lane 8 for Boerland. But I mean, I think you guys have done well considering it was last month. You say you guys are new to athletics, eh?
Well, we haven't done a lot of athletics, but we've done some nice ones lately. But this one was rushed. And the cable thing, like small things like the cable doesn't work on this one, so it's a mess. I'm also trying to running it also too.
What's she running? Good start here by CGA athlete Cody Kotomotsumai, my apologies, on his outside. Cody Ben running well for Gauteng North. Those two athletes take the top 2 spots. Cracking run by Cody Ben, but Kotomotsumai just too quick. Cruising over the line there does the CGA athlete, winning that second heat. We now move on to the under 18 girls. We'll have 2 semi-finals in that age group.
No problem. Yeah.
She is in the house. She there nearly on. One of the fastest young women that's here has got at the moment. Krishna Lawrence in the colours of Boerland. She's
Get Mossy Body to come tomorrow as well.
So first of two heats now in the youth girls 100-meter semi-finals. From lanes 1 through to 8, it is Lawrence, Cobbett, Koopman, Pinar, Fourie, Aesop, Berry and Cornelius. And they get away cleanly. Cacking start by Tegan Koopman in lane 3, representing Western Province. The Province athlete, I think, will come through for the win here. 2 lanes outside her, Caitlin Fourie, producing a storming finish for Central Northwest. And she'll grab second position, but what a good run by Tegan Koopman. And she'll line up among the favorites for that gold medal in the final a little bit later today. One more race to come among the youth girls over 100 meters. Second heat now in the under 18 girls 100-meter semis. Expecting a quick time here. This is a power lineup. Tumelo Hiliza from Limpopo goes in lane 1. Look out for Mokhari Make representing Gauteng North in 2. Another pre-race favorite, Faith Konde representing Boland, lanes up in lane 3. And watch the girl in lane 4, Uluchi Ndubweze, one of South Africa's fastest rising sprint stars, goes for Central Gauteng in lane 4. Dene van der Merwe lines up for Gauteng North in 5. In 6, representing Boland, is Shone Keiser. Emily van der Westhuizen turns out for Gauteng North in 7. And Fundiswe Makanya goes for AGN in lane 8. You got to think Oluchi Ndubweze is going to be difficult to beat here from lane 4, but this is a powerful field, and she's going to have to be at her best if she wants to win this heat and make sure she qualifies for that final a little bit later. Tegan Koopman having set the standard for Western Province in Heat 1. What can Ndubweze do here in race 2? And a really good start by Faith Konde in lane 3. The Boerland athlete leads into the second half of this contest. Ndubweze doing everything she can to shut her down. What a good run by Faith Konde. Her winning time, 11.66. What a shock performance there by the Boerland athlete. That was absolutely incredible. I thought Oluchi Ndubweze would be the athlete to beat. She settles for second position in the end. And Faith Konde is going to line up as the favorite for the gold medal in the final a little bit later today. We'll see if the likes of Ndubweze and Koopman can put up a fight. But if she runs like that in the medal contest, I'm not sure anybody's going to be able to catch Faith Konde. Awesome performance by the young lady from Boerland. Next event on the track, the under 18 boys 100-meter semi-finals. So a full lineup of 8 athletes in this first heat among the under 18 boys. And again, not surprising considering it's a national championship, but this is a power lineup in Heat 1. Kwena Mojapelo from Gauteng North goes in lane 1. In lane 2, Amogelang Msiza, his AGN teammate. Marlon Keiser from Boerland goes in 3. Picheng Maleka lines up in lane 4 for Limpopo. Look out for Chibuna Ehirim from Central Gauteng in lane 5. Chifiwe Morabi from AGN goes in 6. Kian Lota, representing Limpopo, is in lane 7. And in lane 8 for Border, Akola Kabaka. Hard to call this one. I don't even know who the pre-race favorite is. This is going to be tight, I think. First of 3 semi-finals in the under-18 boys 100-meter sprint. The athletes are called to their marks. And they're away cleanly in this first under-18 boys semi-final. Marlon Keister from Boerland Athletics hits his straps and is going to win this by a couple of meters. 10.44, the unofficial winning time for Marlon Keister. We'll wait for the official times to come through. Might be rounded down by 1 or 2 hundredths of a second. But Marlon Keister has just stuck up his hand as one of the favorites for the final to be held a little bit later today. 2 more heats to come among the under-18 boys. And we'll see if anyone else can go quicker than that, but that is a good standard to set by the Boerland athletes. Second of 3 semi-finals among the youth boys. From lanes 1 through to 8, it is Amogelang Mogale from Limpopo, Tian Zietsman representing Gauteng North. Western Province's Ubey Arendt goes in 3. In 4 is Tyshawn Branda. From Eastern Province, Aiden Smith lines up for Western Province in 6. His teammate Dwayne Kamis. Sorry, Aiden Smith is in 5. Dwayne Kamis goes in 6. Kabelo Omnisi in 7. And his fellow AGN athlete Lehakwe Holomo will start on the left of your screen in lane 8. The reason there's 2 lanes open on the outside on the left of your screen is because there's 8 lanes going around the full track, but down the finishing straight in Germiston they've got 10 lanes. Not utilizing them at these national championships, certainly not in the semi-finals. So lanes 9 and 10 are open, but a full lineup nonetheless of 8 athletes in this semi-final. And we're underway, pretty even going in the early stages of this second race. And it's the Western Province athlete Ubey Arendt who comes through to take the win. His time 10.56. Tall figure is Ubey Arendt. Western Province have looked good in these 100-meter sprints today. Moving on now to the third and final race among the under-18 boys. Look out for the man who goes in lane 4, representing Boerland Athletics, Mika Africa. But he's got some work to do here with the likes of Kwade Machan and Calvin Kandira lining up in this field. Here's the full lineup. Lane 1, Zian Meyer from Mpumalanga. Chekofatso Monaise goes for Central Gauteng in lane 2. Kwade Machan is in 3 for Boerland. Mika Africa also representing Boerland goes in lane 4. Calvin Kandira lines up in 5 for Central Gauteng. Another Boerland athlete, Lezario Meyer, lines up in lane 6. Another one of our favorites to go through to that final. In lane 8 for Northwest Cape is Nate Jafta. And Tato Matlatsi turns out for Gauteng North in lane 8. So this is the last semi-final among the under-18 boys. Quickest time so far set by Marlon Keister from Boland, winning that first race in 10.44. Let's see how his Boland teammates go here. 3 of them lining up in this race, and all 3 of them among the contenders to get through to that final. Can Calvin Candida from CGA spoil the Boland party here? He goes in lane 5, surrounded by Boland athletes. And they're away first time. Great start by Quaid Machan in lane 3. Machan leads through the first half. And here come his Boland teammates on his outside. Mika Africa comes through for second place. Lizario Meyer hangs on for third. It's a Boland 1-2-3. And the winning time for Quaid Machan, 10.48. Not quite as quick as we saw from Marlon Keister in Heat 1. But how good have Boland been in these under-18 boys semi-finals? You've got to think there's a chance that they're going to pick up all 3 medals in that final. Cracking running by the athletes from Boland. Quaid Machan was so quick out the blocks there. Didn't really give anybody else a chance. Mika Africa had to hold off Lizario Meyer. All 3 of those athletes will go through to the final. I think Calvin Candida settling for 4th place in the end for CGA. We move on now to the under 20 men's 100 meter semi-finals. We'll have no semi-finals among the under 20 women. They will go straight through from the heats to the final. That is also the case among the under 23 men and women. So this age group will be the last of the 100 meter semi-finals. The under 20 men will have 3 races. A little earlier today, Marco Ferreira from Eastern Province running just outside 10.2. I think his unofficial time was 10.21, if I remember correctly. Our pre-race favorite for the final later today is likely to be Mokona Manavela, representing Gauteng North. But Marco Ferreira has been in phenomenal form this season. And it wouldn't be a shock at all if Ferreira did come through for that gold medal. I think both Manavela and Ferreira will be looking to make a statement here in the semi-finals. Take a little bit of confidence into that final later today. Marco Ferreira goes in Heat 1. Mokona Manavela lines up in Race 2. So the full lineup for Race 1. Parkies Nkabamyomzi from Free State goes in 1. Letabo Maloma, representing Gauteng North, goes in 2. Our pre-race favorite for this first semi-final, Marco Ferreira from Eastern Province, lines up in lane 3. Martin Joubert from CGA goes in 4. Keenan Nathan, representing Southwest Districts, is in lane 5. Free State's Joshua Oosthuizen goes in 6. Tamsankwa Kumalo from Central Gauteng is in 7. And Mario Fries turns out in lane 8 for Northwest Cape. We just saw some quick times among the under-18 boys. A couple of athletes getting under 10.5 seconds in those under-18 semi-finals. We're expecting something a fair bit quicker among the under-20 men. Because we have 3 races in this age group, only the top 2 in each heat will automatically progress to the final, as well as the next 2 quickest athletes from the 3 heats combined. So you don't want to push too hard in a semi-final. Got to hold something back, make sure you've got the energy and the strength for the final. But you also don't want to leave anything to chance. Picking up a top 2 spot is the only way to guarantee that you're going to get through. So I think we can expect something pretty quick here from Marco Ferreira. It's cooled down a fair bit. It was really hot this morning in Germiston. The cloud cover saving us this afternoon. But it's not cool conditions, still pretty warm, just not stuck in the blazing heat that we were a little bit earlier today. So decent conditions for these 100-meter sprinters. The wind also staying low. I'm sitting under the cover of the grandstand, so it's hard for me to tell, but I think it might be drizzling a little bit. It does look like it's raining. As long as it's not pouring, it shouldn't affect these sprinters too much, but perhaps not as ideal as the conditions we saw a little bit earlier when the 400-meter athletes were running. The under 20 men still seem to be in the call room. They haven't stepped out onto the track yet. The under 18 girls, you can see at the bottom of your screen, walking back to the call room. They've got umbrellas, so it looks like the rain is picking up out there. And it's gone from a slight drizzle to pouring rain in a matter of moments. So not ideal for these 100-meter sprints. And I think perhaps that's why they're holding them back in the call room. Maybe hoping this will dissipate a little bit before they have to bring out the under 20 men for the 100-meter sprints. And there's no rush because we still have 15 minutes before the under 20 men's semi-finals are scheduled to start. The reason for that is because there are no under 20 women's semi-finals. So it has created a slight gap in the program. As long as it's just raining, the athletics will continue. The only time the athletes are taken off the track and off the field is when there's lightning. And I will knock on wood as I say, let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't really want delays in the program. This is a packed schedule going all the way through to this evening, and we can't really afford to lose any time. So let's hope that it's just a bit of rain and that we don't have a high-fault thunderstorm forming. I don't think we are, just looking at the clouds. I think the rain might clear up as well. I don't think anybody's too worried, but what it will do, even if it stops raining, is it will make the track a little bit damp, and that will slow the times. After these 100 meters semi-finals, we move on to middle distances. The athletes will compete in the 1500 meter heats, starting with the under 16 girls. So while we wait for the athletes to step out onto the track for the under 20 men's 100 meter sprints, those semi-finals, and while we hope for this rain to dissipate, I'm going to take a short break from the commentary booth, and I'll be back before the start of those 100 meter semis.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a call out to all officials to also leave the field area, competition area. The lightning is relatively very close, so please make haste. Everyone leave now. Run. When I say everyone run now, everyone run. There under the high jump banners, you need to please leave the competition area. Long jump, leave the competition area. Short put. And then the guys there under the gazebos, I think those gazebos are immune to the lightning.
So just an update from Germiston Stadium at these Athletic South Africa Age Group Championships. I must learn not to launch the commentator's curse, because a few minutes after I said I hope there's no lightning, the lightning started. So as you can see, all the athletes have been brought off the track and off the field for safety reasons. And we'll have to wait for the lightning to dissipate. The cloud cover doesn't look too bad, and I'm pretty sure that it will clear up quite soon. But there will, of course, be a delay in the program until the officials are sure that the lightning has calmed down. So unfortunately, we won't have any athletics until that happens, but I'll keep you updated as soon as I can. Just confirming, everyone, no updates yet from Germiston Stadium. We still have lightning, and until the lightning fades, the officials aren't able to make any decisions. Once the lightning does stop, there will be a brief period while we wait to ensure that it doesn't resume, and only then can the athletes get back to action in these national age group championships. It is pouring with rain here, and hopefully the clouds will clear up at some point soon. I'll let you know as soon as there's an update in terms of when the athletics action will continue. Just an update from Germiston Stadium. We don't have any word yet from the technical officials, who will need to decide when the athletics can continue. But the rain is starting to calm down. We haven't seen any lightning in a while, and the cloud cover is starting to clear as well. I think it might be a little bit of time before the officials are certain that we can continue, but at least things are starting to look a little bit better, and we'll let you know if we have any more updates shortly.
back in 2019, the South African Championships was held right here. And it was pouring. We were held up for 3 hours, and then after that, we had a magical event. We've got 100 meters, we've got long jump, so the 100 meters, I don't think the times will be that fast that we saw. It is wet, so that means it's a bit heavier than normal. So we'll see what they do. Semi-finals is where the times are supposed to be ran, in the semi-finals. But then comes the finals. Listen to this lineup. Imagine Martin Jack in the 200 meters up against Nkona Navela. Look, that gaat goed water is. Imagine that lineup. Imagine the girls lineup, 400 meter hurdles. Megan Maria, Megan Niman, Lieve Owens, daai weeke gaan feestig wees. One of the semi-finals in the 100 meters was equally a final. That's going to be wonderful. It's going to be absolutely jam-packed. But the weather gods have played with us because this weather is perfect for middle distances. The 1005s are going to enjoy this weather condition. It's cool, it's time for them to run. Speaking of middle distance, I remember back in time, that was just at the climax of the Puma School of Speech. Germiston is here at the house of one of South African record holder over 3,000 meters. So I saw him somewhere here. Tino Napo is at the house as well. So the youngsters are here. I was wondering who gave the orders. So I've just been reprimanded. I never said to anyone, please come back onto the stadium. No one gave them instruction to go out. All the officials, all the athletes, as you were in the pavilion again, because the lightning is within 3 kilometers. No one gave the actual go-ahead. Please move out of the track. You will be informed. We will give you full information. Because last time I saw it, I saw everyone on the track. So please move out with immediate effect. The lightning has not subsided yet. Let the chairman as well, please back up shot and come back. Discus, they're in the far end. Thanks to the high jumpers. I see you guys responded at first. Long jump. Oh, I thought you were asking, must we? Can we? Yeah, they can. So the officials as well, the one that went first onto the track, man, shame on you.
Just an update from Germiston Stadium. As you could see, some of the athletes stepped out onto the track and the field, hoping their events would continue. The officials have confirmed that the Lightning hasn't moved on yet. They don't feel comfortable restarting until they're sure. So I think it's going to be a little while before we get going or continue with the track and field athletics here at the Athletics South Africa National Age Group Championships. I don't think it'll be much longer. The clouds are starting to dissipate. It has stopped raining, and I think the officials will make a decision soon.
the stadium. We are gearing up for the first medal presentation. That will be event 1 to 3, event 5 to 7, and so it goes on and on. Going down there as the sound is just gotten on the way. These medal presentations, remember, you have to have your tracksuits on, or else you will not be allowed to participate in that official.
Just an update from Germiston Stadium. We are still waiting for the officials to give the all clear for the competition to continue. We are expecting it to clear up at some point. The downpour has stopped some time ago. We thought that the lightning had moved along, but now and again we see a burst of electricity in the sky, and as long as that continues, we'll just have to be patient. It does seem whenever we do get back on the program, everything will be shifted to a little bit later this evening, so we're expecting things to finish pretty late tonight, most probably. We'll let you know as soon as we're aware of when the officials give the all clear, and we'll continue with this competition at the Athletics South Africa National Age Group Championships.
So it seems like all track events will start at 4 o'clock, the commencement. All track events will start at 4 o'clock, and all field events that weren't finished can go back to their areas and complete the competition. So all track events will start at 4 o'clock. We've got a couple of minutes to deal with all of it. So we haven't been given the green light.
what channel? Oh, I was looking for it at home. I couldn't find.
of the Comrades Marathon, where one young man clenched his fist and said yes for fourth position. Now, he's one of the fastest, but he's going up against the champion from back then. Could that champion refine himself? It's fine when you are the aggressor. It's fine when you got the gun. But what happens when the rabbit's got the gun? Is the rabbit going to change the script? Corner Navera, Yaku van der Wees says it. That is going to be rekindled. It's not about who's the fastest on paper. It's all about the moment. Who can seize the moment? Yaku van der Wees says it. The SA champion. He was 14 back then. He beat the likes of Corner Navera, who finished in fourth position. But the script has changed somewhat. Leandro Delford finished fifth last year in the men's under 20. He goes in that same race. Daryl Burtis, same race. Clint Manuela. This is going to be an absolute belter. If you've lost your bank card and your name is Mr. T.L. Molale, he's coming up. Just give me your vote to vote. This is something out here. Connect them up. A proper star.
I was about to say welcome back, but I suppose I'm the one who's back. As you can see, the athletes are out on the track, ready to go for the next event on our program. The lightning has finally stopped, as has the rain. Next event on our program is the under 20 men's 100 meter semi-finals. And we're expecting some cracking races here in the first heat. The man to watch, Marco Ferreira from Eastern Province, who ran just outside 10.2 in the heats earlier today. The other man to look out for, I think, in Heat 2, Mukona Manavela, representing Athletics Gauteng North. And those two athletes, probably the favorites for the final a little bit later on. So we are just about ready to go in the first of 3 semi-finals in the under-20 men's 100-meter sprint. The full lineup for this first heat on your screen from right to left. Parkis and Kabam Nyomzi goes for Free State in lane 1. In lane 2 is Latabo Maloma from Gauteng North. Our pre-race favorite Marco Ferreira from Eastern Province lines up in lane 3. Martin Joubert goes for Central Gauteng in 4. Keenan Nathan is in lane 5 for Southwest Districts. Joshua Oosthuizen from the Free State is in 6. Tamsankwa Kumalo from Central Gauteng drawn in lane 7. And closing out the lineup on the far left of your screen in lane 8, Mario Fries representing Northwest Cape.
Marco Ferreira from the Eastern Province. Martin Joubert, Central Gauteng it is. Keenan Nathan, and then Southwestern District. Joshua Oosthuizen van die Vrystaat. Vrystaat, Transvaal tag. The baan here is Tanzania Kumalo. Landlocks on baan 8 van die Noordwes Kampprovinsie. Radio
The athletes take their marks for this first race in the under-20 semi-finals. Not the best conditions for sprinting. It's not very chilly. It's pretty warm in Germiston, but the track is wet. Fortunately, not much of a wind blowing through the stadium, so not terrible conditions, but they could be a little bit better. Watch Marco Ferreira in the red and white of Eastern Province in lane 3. Let's see if anybody can give him a go here. False start by Letabo Maloma from Gauteng North in lane 2. Puts his vest over his head in disappointment, does Maloma. And that's the end of his championships, at least for the 100-meter sprint. We'll see if maybe we catch him in action over the 200-meter distance. I'm sure he'll compete in the relays. But unfortunately for Maloma, he won't be competing in the 100-meter final later this evening.
The finalists from last year will not see the final this year. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Letabo Maloma, he's not going to be able to take the part in this one. Unfortunately, he was one of the favorites, and of course, that's because he knows Ferreira and Joubert were right next to him.
So the field down to 7 now, missing Letabo Maloma. The Gauteng North athlete will watch this race from the sidelines. And lane 2 will be empty. And they're underway in the first semi-final for the under-20 boys over 100 meters. It is going to be Marco Ferreira being pushed hard by Martin Joubert in lane 4, but Ferreira takes the win in 10:09. And the crowd has gone ballistic at Germiston Stadium. Cracking performance by Marco Ferreira. He did line up as the pre-race favorite, and that's a personal best for the youngster from the Eastern Cape. He will be very pleased with that. And Mukona Manavela, who lines up in the next heat, will be shaking in his shoes now, I'm sure, because Marco Ferreira might well have elevated himself to favorite for the final later this evening. Marco Ferreira producing an absolutely incredible performance. I think that's the performance of the day so far at this National Age Group Championship. Ferreira takes a moment just to get a picture with that clock. 1/10 of a second outside the national junior record of 9.99 held by Bayanda Walaza. And this time is unofficial. You will expect it to be rounded down by maybe 100th or even 200ths of a second. So we'll wait for the official results. Personal best for Marco Ferreira, one of the fastest times ever produced by a junior athlete in South Africa. If I'm not mistaken, that pushes him up to third on the national all-time list. The record, 9.99, held by Bayanda Walaza. Bradley and Koana ran just outside 10 seconds as a junior. And now Marco Ferreira has run 10.09 at the national championships. Let's see what we get here in response from Mukona Manavela. He's already gone under 10.2 this year, has Manavela. And he might be a little bit shocked by what he just saw from Marco Ferreira. Manavela goes in lane 3 in this second semi-final. The full lineup from lanes 1 through to 8, it is Gladla, Delport, Manavela, Bortus, Mawane, Van der Westhuizen, and Glovu and Kubeka. The athletes are called to their marks. And they get away cleanly. Cracking start by Sandile Gladla in lane 1. But here comes Manavela. Watch the clock. Mukona Manavela has a statement to make. Takes his foot off the pedal in the closing stages of their race. Still clocks 10.19. Good run by Daryl Boatis from Northwest Cape. He ultimately took the win in that heat. So that's his time, that 10.19. Manavela maybe 100th or 200ths of a second behind him. A little surprising we didn't see Manavela hitting top gear there. I thought he would want to respond to Marco Ferreira. Ferreira will go into the national championship final later this evening with all the confidence in the world. But Manavela knows he can go quicker than that. Slowed down over the last 20 meters or so. Daryl Boatis winning that heat. And we'll see how Boatis goes in the final later today. He'll be confident on his chances of picking up a medal. And Manavela will still believe he can win gold. But Marco Ferreira made a massive statement in that first semi-final. One more race to come in the under 20 men's 100-meter semi-finals. The full lineup for this third semi-final. Offense Nondabula from Gauteng North goes in lane 1. In 2 is Ryan Farrow from Boland. Zatu Hlongwane will fancy his chances here. He goes in 3 for Gauteng North. Kalen Ryan from CGA is in lane 4. Donovan Janssen van Vieren, his CGA teammate on his outside in lane 5. Look out for Inam Glunge from Gauteng North in 6. Esetu Madlala, also from Gauteng North, goes in 7. And Jordan Apollos, representing Western Province, closes out the lineup in lane 8. And they're away. Stumbles out the blocks. Does Zatu Hlongwane in lane 3, but recovers very quickly. He might still win this race. Glances to his right. Cheeky finish there from Hlongwane. His winning time, 10.4. But Zatu Hlongwane slipped out of the blocks, stumbled his way back onto his feet, managed to recover, took off his foot off the pedal in the closing stages of that race, and still comes through to win. Good effort by Zatu Hlongwane. And that brings a close to the 100-meter semi-finals on our program. The finals will be held a bit later this evening. We can't give you the time because of that delay in the program. All the events have obviously been pushed back. Next event on the track will be the 1500-meter heats. We start with the under-16 girls.
Look at all the hopefuls as they cross here at the start. In front of the long jump. Morning and welcome, boys. Or afternoon and welcome. Perfect weather conditions for you guys. Brilliant weather conditions. Couldn't have asked for better. goodness, you know the answer. Coming through. Potente, Monaco, JC Duata, and in a second Germiston, Ekhurhuleni. All the nine names. Asenati Jali, Chelsea Fan Day. And they hit the front of this young lady who reminds me absolutely of how Zanae held race back in Zanae for a while today. She runs hard. That is one or two. Ukrish Tindon, her sister Ukrish Tindon. So you can see, she's only 13 years old this year, running in the race on the 16 race. I saw her run for the first time this year when her sister, the one who plays up in remarkable CV. But this is not about time, this is only about positions. The 2 beats, you get the first 7 and 1 on time to go to the final. Final will have 15 athletes. Ekhurhuleni plays, look at Chelsea for that day today. She was sitting at the back, Rapate. Alright? Time to join you at the front. Goes there to be the British.
Apologies for that break in commentary. You are watching the girls under 16 1500 meter heats. This is, of course, the first race. And after sitting back for most of this race, our pre-race favorite, Chelsea Van Dijk, representing Central Gauteng Athletics, has turned on the burners as she hits the bell now, with a gap of a few meters on the rest of that chase pack, which is now stretched out behind her. Van Dijk, the firm favorite here. She'll be the favorite, I'm sure, in the final, which I believe will be held tomorrow. And she's one of the top young middle distance runners in South Africa. And showing her class here is Van Dijk. The rest of the field fighting to stay in touch behind her, but really struggling at the moment. And Van Dijk just looks like she's jogging through. This, of course, the first round heat, so the only thing she needs to do is make sure she gets through to that final. And it looks like it will be a comfortable victory for Chelsea Van Dijk and a win for Central Gauteng Athletics in this first round heat. Minentle Kapola from CGA. Looks like she'll come through for second position, but an easy win there for Chelsea Van Dijk. 4 minutes 42, her winning time. And we'll see her back in action in the final, where she'll be chasing another national title. And our apologies for another breaking commentary. I do have to step away for a short moment, but I'll be back with you as soon as I can. The next race on the track will be the second heat in the girls under 16 1500 meters.
Francis, and of course, looking at the County North athletes, it's Ekhurhuleni and Marty Finker on there, doing an absolutely very well. Something player as well. County North has got 4 athletes running this one, and also really stunned everyone so far. Making Waller lining up in this one. That's on 24 as well. He leads the youngster from U18. So, where is she? She's hiding somewhere in the back. She's one of the tiny ones, but my goodness, is she explosive. That is Alison Lowe. Saw her run at U18 for the first time at U20 stop the peak. It is absolutely stunning. There she is. We'll start seeing her. Yeah, David and Ekhurhuleni. That is the real picture. She's the tiniest of them, but that heart, I tell you, is absolutely onmiddellik vir my bevat het. So klein soos wat hy is. Wanneer my pad hardloop, ek skop jou sommer. That's not what she really said. Oh, this is really good. This is sensual running, right? Because they're all queuing up, waiting for positions. They know, however, that only the top 7 go through. But that's also going to play in the favor of the speedsters. If you leave it way too late, anybody's spoed net gaat vir jou raak hardloop. So all the medal presentations, all the medal recipients that were supposed to have their medal presentation at 4 o'clock, it's now happening at 5 o'clock. So hustle up, hello Barry's. Hustle up, go down, hello Marie. Please go down at the bottom back of the stage, of the stadium. So here we go. 1. Our top 7 will go through, so it ends there with Pumaranga. That's the top 7 going through positions. So there was an incident with the South African schools where some of the team managers didn't read the team manual. And then they came to complain. They said, yeah, Mom, those guys were running a slow race. Yeah, we said they go to a position. So they understood their assignment. They all qualified for the final. Other guys that did run harder, but didn't make it on position, were then left behind. So always make sure that you do read your rules throughout the day. It's 1005. For action attraction, the U16 done and dusted, now time for boys. going on here? Yeah, so yeah, I'm out of trouble here. You guys got that wrong. You come on the end, follow up. Yeah, 2005 and about 16. There are 3 heats. So with 3 heats, the top 5 go through, none on time. So with 2 heats, it's position, the top 7 positions, and then only 1 to go through on time. The final will consist of 15 athletes in the final. Tell you what, placement and from Alpha has been absolutely phenomenal this year. Yeah, they're calling from Swiss Southwest distance. There's one sky, something from another several topics and open schools. We'll see what happening. The ones zoo and the colors of what's in it. It's a corner for Marco for the touchdown PJ. Kimani is on Kimalanga. Boys 16 long jump, please return to hall room number 2. Boys 16 long jump, please return to hall room number 2. Let the music a little bit. Some more. DJ, please lift the music. Up, there we go. first medal presentation is about to be underway. We're waiting for the race walkers, as well as, well, we've got 3 minutes to get there. For 7 minutes, it's going down at 5, and 5,000 meters as well. Please go down to the medal presentation arena. So here we are, this is final stages. The men under 23 long jump final. So the top 3, the first 3 shots have been done. We'll get the confirmation of who goes through. So, guys, you will be told, please don't come to the medals table or to the results table. Just give them room. You will be told where to come. Deze 500 meter Apollo Sander oorgenade. Hierdie gaan rond wees. The front row, Andreas Steinberg is also somewhere there. That's going to be sizzling. So the men under 23 finals. So we'll get to decide who are in the medals. Get to see who. I saw that one as well. Good roll. Right, here we go. It's long jump time. Big boys, 20 place start. Back jump required. Okay. We haven't seen over or close to the 8 meters though. In 23. Technical official there at the discus. Please, from Group 3, please report for duty. Peter, please, report for. So the far end here, we've got the under 18 rounds. So they're going to find each other. And now the top main, get you all of that action coming through. Who's going to be into the top 8 positions to contest for medals? It's time for dance. It's the men under 18. All looking for positions. Look at them blow. Wonderful power, speed, and stamina. Sinai Lewis. And look here. Elani Gutsia. Normally the palace of Bartek, but today she's here in the palace of Gauteng. And no, don't see Sinai Prince. After the party is up, Ragebe in the palace of Single Gauteng. Tande Kasianda as well. The last standard. And if we have a brilliant fighting a time being the back, taking our moment. Takes the lead, comes into full flight now. U18 keeper. Always going to be an update at the front as one of the top dogs. The girls are in town. It's a woman under 18. 1005. Off the front with Gutsia. And joining in there at the front, that's understanded. And the colors of I beg your pardon. That is indeed Sinai Louis Prince. Colors of Single Gauteng. They are those four top names. So now this is who wants to put the boot on top of the neck. Who wants to assert a bit of authority. Keeper. Standard. Prince. All four main protagonists with the collar standard. Catching up on the outside team here. Amstel Lyrics. Nicholas around and he gets here. Hits the front. The bell looming. One final shake up. One final lap. Hits the four at the front. Prince looks in behind. Not as he is. So the top four will be asserted of their positions. The bell. Gutsia, Standard, Keeper, Prince, all four dancing in the rain at Germiston.
Once and again, apologies for the delay in the commentary. You are watching the Athletic South Africa National Age Group Championships taking place at Germiston Stadium. This is the first of two races in the girls under 18 1500 meter heats. And it's a battle between four people as they look for places in the final. Elandri Kutsia from Athletics Gauteng North leads with a little more than 200 meters to go. But she has a lot of athletes for company. Lara Stander from Boerland just sitting on her shoulder. Also representing AGN, Itutain Kiba just behind them on the inside. And Sune Louise Prinsloo from Central Gauteng Athletics, the tall athlete trying to make her way around the outside now. Lara Stander hits the front for the first time. All four of these athletes fighting hard for those places in that final. And I think Lara Stander is going to take it. Strong finish by Sipokazi Mojaki from Athletics Transkei. Almost wins that race on the line. Mojaki was dead and buried. It looked like the race was coming down to four athletes. She came flying past all of them. I don't think she caught Lara Stander in the end, but did manage to catch everybody else in that lead group. Great finish by the Transkei athlete. Stander takes the win in that heat. Mojaki, I think it's Mojaki. It could be Asanele Giliviti. There were two athletes from Transkei in that race. We'll see if we can get that name for you. She takes second place. The rest of the athletes in that group pushed into third, fourth, and fifth. Controlled effort there from Lara Stander. Bided her time for most of that race. Took the lead on the final lap. It was the only athlete in that field, or in that group anyway, who managed to hold off the athlete from Transkei. Next up is Heat 2 in the girls under 18 1500 meters. And the athlete who will turn out as the favorite for the gold medal in the final goes in this second heat. Look out for Leandri Pretorius representing Athletics Gauteng North. She's up against a strong field, including the likes of Nicholas Smith, Anke Stander, and Jana van Skalkwyk. But Leandri Pretorius has been the form athlete this year in this age group. She's been absolutely phenomenal. A few times running just outside 4 minutes and 20 seconds. You wouldn't expect her to go that quick in a heat. Perhaps she'll be pushing for those fast times in the final. But Pretorius likes to run from the front, and you can expect her to control this race. All she needs to do is finish high enough in the field to qualify for that final. And it's her Athletics Gauteng North teammate, Asikelela Pony, who hits the front in the early stages. The tall figure from AGN decides to pick things up, make sure that the pace is honest in the early stages. Leandri Pretorius quite happy to sit near the back of that field on the inside in the AGN colors. And we saw one of the athletes from Athletics Transkei putting in a stunning finish in Heat 1 to finish second. Came down to the wire, and I think finishing with a little less than 500 meters to go. The pre-race favorite, Leandri Pretorius, looks like she intends to control things from here on out. From Boonant, Anke Stander now moves in on the outside. Just on inside her is Sizipiwe Ngeko, who's run well from the start, representing Athletics Transkei. It's Transkei and Boerland now in control. It's still a big pack of athletes in contention for those places in the final. Leandri Pretorius lurking now in third position. Expect a storming finish from her. Unusually patient there from Pretorius, and there you saw her put in a bit of a surge. Still doesn't take the lead. Wise effort from her, because she doesn't need to do much more than just ensure she gets into that final. And finally, Leandri Pretorius makes her way to the front of this field, surges past everybody, and controls things with 200 meters to go. Anke Standard now from Boerland, the only athlete able to go with her. Pretorius glances back. She just wants to make sure that she doesn't have too much company down this finishing straight, and she'll be happy with her positioning right now. This is a jog for Leandri Pretorius, and here comes the CGA athlete Nicholas Smith on the outside. Smith is going to win this heat, I think. Pretorius happy to settle for third position in the end. Anke Standard comes through for second. The win going to Nicholas Smith, 4 minutes 55. So not the quickest heat there for the under-18 girls, but the pre-race favorites all doing what they needed to make sure that they book their places in that final. Controlled effort from Pretorius, who eventually finishes third. Good win for Nicholas Smith. Anke Standard coming through for second place for Boerland. Next event on the track will be the under-18 boys 1500 meters. We'll have 3 heats. Again, positions up for grab in the final. And perhaps the most exciting young middle distance runner in South Africa goes in this first heat in the under-18 boys division. Look out for the smooth young figure from Athletics Gauteng North, Tisetso Malongane. He's run a 146 over 800 meters this year, has Malongane, finishing just behind Emil Els at the AGN Championships over 2 laps. Both those athletes dipping under the 27-year-old South African 800-meter youth record. Malongane having to settle behind Els in that 800-meter race, but should turn out as the favorite for the 1500-meter title at these national championships. And he'll go in heat 1. He's run 3:44 over 1500 meters this year, just 2 seconds outside the national youth record. And we won't expect him to run that sort of pace in a heat, but you will expect him to try and dominate proceedings, even if it's from behind, just making sure he stays near the front. Another athlete to watch in this race, also representing AGN, Olerato Masolwane. This should be a tactical contest. I don't think Malongane will be worried about his time at all. He's still got a fair bit of racing to do at these championships. And we're underway in the first of 3 heats in the boys under 18 1500 meters. Olerato Masolwane from Athletics Gauteng North hits the front in the early stages. He wants to make sure the pace is honest. Just glances back to make sure that the other athletes are coming with him. He doesn't want to open too much of a gap. He wants to drag them through in the early stages, maybe take some of the kick or the sting out of the kick of some of the athletes behind him in the closing stages. And one of the athletes just getting pushed off the inside of the track. Bit of bumping and barging there. And I wonder if there will be an appeal from the Athletics Transkei team. Difficult to see who was at fault there. Tisetso Malongane, the pre-race favorite, all the way on the outside of this massive group. And he'll just want to stay as close as he can in touch with the leaders. Olerato Masolwane, perhaps better known for his ability over longer distances. will also fancy his chances here and controlling proceedings over the first couple of laps of this 1500 meter race. Everyone's still in contention, the entire field tucked into this group. Maselwane seems to have taken his foot off the pedal a little bit. Everybody else happy to let him do the work. Maselwane still leads. Tisetso Malungane now pulling up onto his shoulder. One of the athletes from Central Gauteng also joining the hunt. I think that's Amogelang Mogoshane. Olerato Maselwane has led this race from the start. Malungane perhaps showing a little bit of impatience now. He's able to run a lot quicker than this, is the man from AGN. He now moves up alongside Maselwane with a little more than 500 meters to go in this 1500 meter race. And for the first time, Tisetso Malungane looking like he wants to take the lead. Neo Letsuaka from Athletics Free State now moving onto the shoulder of Malungane as they hit the bell in around 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So we're likely to see a time outside 4 minutes, which is unsurprising considering this is a first round heat. Some of the athletes starting to slip off the back of that group now as Malungane and Maselwane, the two AGN teammates, start to wind up the pace. And that pack getting splintered now as Tisetso Malungane changes gears. It's still Malungane and Maselwane with 200 meters to go. And that lead group now in single file as Malungane picks things up over these last 400 meters, glances back a couple of times there, just making sure he's in control. And one of the athletes from Boerland comes storming through around the outside. I don't think the AGN athletes are too worried about that. They're more worried about position. And it is Philip van Tonder, I think. That is indeed Philip van Tonder who takes the win in that heat. Storming finished on the finishing straight by van Tonder. His winning time, 4:05.03. Malungane and Maselwane, who controlled that race throughout, settle for second and third positions. But Philip van Tonder will be pleased with his finishing speed there, and perhaps will give him a bit of confidence going into that final. Next up, Heat 2 in the under-18 boys 1500 meter heats. The man to watch, another athlete from Athletics Gauteng North, Emil Els. The man who beat Tisetso Malungane at the recent Athletics Gauteng North Championships to break that long-standing national record over 800 meters. Els will be difficult to beat here, but as we've seen from the likes of Leandri Pretorius and Tisetso Malungane in these under-18 heats, the pre-race favorites happy to sit back, allow other athletes to take control. They're not worried about times here. It's all about position, and it's all about just making sure that you finish high enough up to get into that final. The stocky young figure of Emil Els settles there just behind the leaders as they make their way through the first 400 meters. 3 3/4 of a lap to go. So a quicker pace being set in this second heat. And the whole field now strung out. Athletics Gauteng North again in control here. I think that's Hanno Bester from AGN. Looking pretty comfortable, setting the pace out front. Keegan Kutsia from Central Gauteng Athletics, the tall figure, currently in second position, just tucked in behind Hanno Bester. Emil Els and Emil Blanche, two athletes from AGN. Happy to sit back at this stage, let their teammate do the work out front. Emil Els starting to make his way around the outside now with about 600 meters to go. Hanno Bester slips back a little bit. We'll see if he's able to hold on here for a place in that final as Emil Els takes control of this race. Keegan Kutsia slips back into third behind Emil Blanche. As they approach the bell, Emil Els now starts to stretch his legs. He wants to make sure he's safe, not leaving anything up to chance. He'll want to race against Tisetso Malongane in that final. Keegan Kutsia fighting back now. He moves up alongside Emil Blanche and tucks in behind Emil Els. Els in full control now, just glances back. Wants to check how many athletes are still in touch here. They need to finish among the top 5 to ensure they get into that final. Els glances back again. Keegan Kutsia still in second position. Emil Blanche now slips back into fourth. Our long-time leader, Hanno Bester, still in touch here in third position. And Emil Els should take the win here. Athletics Gauteng North will have 3 athletes coming through this heat into the final. Keegan Kutsia also getting a spot there for Central Gauteng Athletics, as expected. Emil Els taking the win in 4:08.09. So it looked like it was quicker, certainly in the earlier stages, but Tisetso Malongane finished pretty quickly in that first heat. And this second heat, a little bit slower than we saw in heat 1, at least in terms of the finishing time. One more heat to come in the under 18 boys 1500 meters. Another strong field lining up. Look out for the likes of Omakhalang Moeng from Athletics Northwest North. Michael Becker turns out for Central Gauteng Athletics. Becker's been in good form this year. And a quick start here in heat 3. It's the 2 athletes from Northwest North, Nathan Havinger and Ekhurhuleni Moeng. Setting the pace in the early stages. A lot of boys able to go with this quick pace being set over the first lap. Nathan Havinger is not playing games today, making sure the pace is honest here. And they go through the first 400 meters in around 63 seconds. So they're on sub 4-minute pace, and this might be the quickest heat that we've seen of the 3 in this age group. One of the athletes from KwaZulu-Natal Athletics now taking control at the front. KZN have two athletes in this race, Lusanda Dlamini and Bayanda Nene. Michael Becker now pulls up onto his shoulder, the CGA athlete running in front of his home crowd. And one of the athletes almost tripping there, further back in that group. One of the tricks about running in a big field like this is trying to stay out of trouble, which is not always easy to do. Michael Becker making sure that he doesn't get tripped up, makes his way to the front of this lineup. 2 laps completed in this 1500 meter race. Becker will be making sure that he gets a spot in that final. Peroni Leputing now from Athletics Free State in second position behind Becker. As they approach the bell, Becker glances back. Nathan Havinger, the early leader, making his way back to the front of this field with 400 meters to go. Becker nicely placed in the inside with Havinger on his side. Jacobus Duplessis also looking good in fourth position for Southwest Districts. A reminder, the top 5 athletes will find a spot in the final. Michael Becker back in control with less than 200 meters to go now. The Free State athlete Peroni Leputing hanging on behind him. Havinger still in third. Jacobus Duplessis in fourth. And Leroute Blanche from Boerland in fifth. It looks like those 5 athletes might get a spot in the final. Michael Becker should take the win here. And a great finish by Western Province athlete Regan Freeman over the last 200 meters. And he managed to squeeze his way past Leroute Blanche in the finishing straight. He takes 5th position, so he'll find a spot in that final. But good running there by Michael Becker. He's got a lot of work to do in that final against the likes of Emil Els and Tisetso Malongane. But he'll be hoping to put up a fight, and it will have given him a bit of a confidence boost that he was able to control that heat as well as he did. We move on now to the under 20 women's 1500 meter heats. We'll have 2 races in this age group. Enough athletes in the women's heats, so they're going to send them straight to a final, which means this is the under 20 man. Yeah, I think so, bro. So we were expecting the under 20 women to line up now, but perhaps what has happened is they've decided maybe there's been a few withdrawals among the women, and perhaps they're pushing them straight through to a final. So it looks like we move on now to the under 20 men's 1500 meter heat. So we'll see the women in action in the final, but they won't be competing with an opening round. So we have 3 heats in the under 20 men's 1500 meters. And Nicholas Killian. Sorry, that's not, I think it's Nicholas Killian from Athletics Central Northwest. Apologies, that's Nombirache Fola from Northwest North. I must get my provinces right. Storming clear over the first lap. No one in this field willing to go with that pace. And Nombi Rachefola in complete control. The only question is, has he gone out too hard? Because the rest of the field now starting to work together to try and close that gap. Still a long way to go. More than 2 laps left in this 1500 meter race. The athletes behind him have managed to shut him down after that quick start by Rachefola. And he gets swallowed up by the group. We'll see if he's able to hang on. One of the athletes from Central Northwest now hits the front. They've got 3 athletes in this race. Rico Kutsa used to represent Athletics Gauteng North, now running for Central Northwest, as well as Nicholas Killian and Tinus Erasmus. I believe that's Nicholas Killian controlling things at the front of the race now. Look out for Lebechang Mohapi from Athletics Gauteng North. Also looking good is Kolisa Mlisa. Oh, my apologies. It's Tapiso Morake from Athletics Free State. Making all sorts of errors in the commentary booth. My apologies. And it is still Athletics Central Northwest leading with less than a lap to go now in this first under 20 boys 1500 meter heat. Still a lot of athletes in the battle here for those top 5 positions and a spot in the final. 200 meters to go, and I think this might go down to the wire. Some of the athletes now struggling to keep up with that lead pack. 6 boys still in contention for the top 5 spots. Athletics Central Northwest will take the win. Big battle there between the 2 CGA athletes for that last spot in the final. Next up, Heat 2 in the under 20 men's 1500 meters. Underway in Heat 2 in this junior men's 1500 meter event. Another quick start here in the early stages. Rafube Chahif from Northwest Cape, going out pretty hard. The rest of the athletes happy to sit behind him. Still a long way to go in this 1500 meter race. And the full field is still in touch as they complete the first 300 meters. 3 laps to go. It is still Rafube Chahif representing Northwest Cape in control at the front of this field. Pretty quick first lap. They went through there in around 62 seconds. So Chahif just making sure the pace is honest. One of the athletes now from Central Gauteng, making his way to the front of this field. Chahif, the early leader, slips back into second place. We'll see if he can hold on for a position in the top 5 and a spot in the final. Batters van der Linde. The tall athlete currently in second position for Athletics Central Northwest. A lot of CGA athletes in this lead group. So slightly slower there on the second lap. About 67 seconds. So not a surprise that we have so many athletes still in contention. With 600 meters to go. 4 CGA athletes in that lead pack, which has now been strung out. Van der Linde surges to the front. Looking very comfortable. Almost looks like he's jogging and using that long stride to break away from the rest of those athletes who are now form part of a chase group. Batters van der Linde forms part of a very strong training group out in Potchefstroom. Trains with the likes of Jerry Mutsau, Elroy Geland, and Luan Munich, under head coach Jean Verster, and looking very, very good, in awesome form is Batters van der Linde. 200 meters to go, and a handful of athletes trying to chase him down, but van der Linde still in full control. CGA still have 4 athletes in contention for places in the final. I think they might get 3 of them. Batters van der Linde just glancing back, making sure he holds that gap. And he jogs over the line to take the win. Just outside 4 minutes. And Central Gauteng Athletics picking up 3 of those 5 spots in the final from that heat. One more race to come in the under 15 or under 20 1500 meter heats. There'll be another short break in commentary while you watch the third heat in the under 20 men's 1500 meters. I will be back with you shortly.
race 1005, the women won. Well, they didn't go to the finals. Just talking to some of you, I know. That's one thing that most people don't understand. Athletes have to go through those emotions. It's been hard. It's been for longer than a year of working hard to get here. When things don't come together, we feel it's an end. Go back to the drawing board and find yourself again and work at it. Scott at the front here in the colours. I've been working here for bats. In a similar I'm a hard one, Roy, after the Ekhurhuleni. So it's lovely to watch him in. Take up to it. Lining up in the colours of St. Counting Law. Check the board. The mangrove players all not shying away from this contest and competition. Marcel Brits also running the colours of Counting Law. Look at the contrast. The two men at the front look like they're moving around. The other trying to get the wood there. Trying to get out of trouble. Might do it a bit late. This is the third one for the game on the U20. Only one man has been dropped like a hot potato. Remember, 7 spots to get into the final. Only 7 positions. Young goes to the front, joins Marcel Brits and Scott Williamson. So Williamson's brother is a famous race walker as well. His dad was an incredible hooker. Look at this performance from Tian, but that's a knee from his head here. And that's Williamson now. They're going to go for position 0 to get there. Only in the top 5 position. Captain U23. That's the port. And Brits in Williamson. Inside going through the top 5 spots. Now 5. Top 7 go through. Yeah, small good. Very, very tactical. Molefe is running. Molefe. Right. Who's gonna get there? This is the first one of two. Freisa. Luto Tamati could be there in the mix of things. Yes. There is a Mango player on the outside. Molefe Mosholi. The double South African champion. It's going to go up against that tall figure in the colours of Poland. That is Leandro Arends, under 18 meters from back in Usugusi Stadium. Oh, this is I'm just trying to see where the big land is. That's Coronado Foe, and the colours of Central Gauteng. Yet the one for was unbeaten for most of the time. He's in this first one. Susi Somsidi would be in the colours of Central Gauteng as well. Somsidi, for the first time running in the Puma Skimmer Speed, I think that was the last age group before the Puma Skimmer Speed ended. You see me out there on the inside. He's boxed in now. Leandro Arends and the two figures alongside him. And moving up. Look like the bus conductor. You saw. The top figure of Leandro. You see me. Luto Tamati coming through. But although it looks like he's playing backwards, the man from the ball triangle slows the gap down nice. Oh, this is going to be good. It's the front and says right. Who wants to ride? Oratine. In the second position, Leandro Arends in third. Scusi Somsidi in fourth. Well, joint fourth. Coronado Foe, still part of the conversation. But one man really is the aggressor here. He's aggressive, but he does it like a smooth contester. Look at Mushobi. The arms are rolling nicely, the arms are pumping easily. Coronado Foe said, but hallelujah. Caught them napping, the now goes. Leandro Arends looks like he's playing it into seventh position. He might go through based on position. Mushobi. The toe. You see me. Goes forward at the front. Yeah, the line. The time is not important, but Coronado Foe is being very good in the acts around the cities. He's been running 10 kilometers for the majority of 2025. Look at the Foe. Behind here, I got the biggest speeder. Coronado Foe is the man, the only man that could match Johannes Molefe. That was down in the age groups. Coronado Foe drops this over his shoulder, says a guy got one. He last gets back very loud when he falls over, he comes through, so two is Scusi Somsidi. So now he opens the gap there for his teammate to say, right, the Sinongo comes through, Mashiro comes through, there we go. As 4 guys from Central Gauteng, just put it out there. 4 guys from Central Gauteng, that will go through to the final. Mitsubishi. He was then running in his own town. Our own promise. That is Ruben Kosaki. Oh, Johannes Morete. Avani. Plays it in. Boom. To the front. Kosaki. Joining in. This is going to be absolutely fantastic. Ruben Kosaki. John Clayton. That from Gauteng North. That is Orlego. The town of Zimbabwe as well coming through. This is the second one. Last one. You look with your boys. Running with the colours of the Transpire. Kevin Hickley. Colin Monkai. And Leonard Smith. Remember Leonard Smith when he was running back in time with the likes of Matt Deeper and Nick. That was that quarter stream with the natural jazz. 26 was there. Yeah, they put it out for the 800 meters. But this, of course, is the magic mile. Just shy a few meters of the mile that is set at 1,600 and a couple of meters. Morebe. From Morebe. Linda Boucher. From him, it's Vasaki. From Zander from the end. The tall figure there in green. You used to see that man run in the colours of midstream, you know? Central Northwest, that's Zander from the end. There's no approaches through that. Johannes Morebe. And the main role player, that would be the tall figure there of Tumisana Mujoro in the colours of Free State. Look, Free State. That's fine, let's do that. I like what he did there. He took him on a half clutch, went to the front and then relaxed. Parked the bus. The man on the inside is a jumble because he'll have to backpedal a little bit to get out of the box. It'll be interesting to see. Unless if Johannes Morete opens it up again on the inside. With the socket. Inside the forward. And now little Smith says hi to the party. There he goes. That's it. Shorter than the on the outside. Will you keep but that is to the side. Looks to the inside. Drops it. The man from the side is still in there. Ruben Kosaki. Although he boxes from the left, he's a tall figure. Could get out of that trouble. The man from Transpire, I think might just be, unless they open up a gap for him to go through on the inside. As he put it up, as next now a little hot sweat on his shoulder. There's Tumisani hitting the front. Oh, this is full on racing. There's no more tactics in this one. Because now they want the positions. It's going to get big. Second from the rear. And then a little hot sweat. Tumisani on the front side. Vasaki looks like he's out there with the shoulders on the inside. From the driving ball, that's it. Transpire. Oh, look at that on this one here. Vasaki grabs it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of it in the final. Set Miami final of boxing.
And again, my apologies for that break in commentary. At least you didn't have to listen to my irritating voice for a few minutes. Something. There's always a silver lining. We're finished with the 1500 meter heats. We now move on to the sprint hurdles. So in the sprint hurdles heats, we start with the under 20 men who go over the 110 meter distance. Very challenging event is the sprint hurdles. One of the more technical events in athletics. Getting the stride pattern right between the hurdles is one challenge. Another, of course, is trying to clear those hurdles as quickly and as sharply as you can. And it takes a lot of effort to get that right. And we're in for a treat here in the first heat of 3 in this under 20 men's age group. Naeem Jack, the national junior record holder, who's already run just outside 13 seconds this year, goes in lane 3 for Athletics Gauteng North. And in Heat 2, we've got Penyo Mien, who holds the national youth record, having gone under 13 seconds. As a junior athlete, the hurdles are a little bit higher, and Mien perhaps hasn't adjusted as quickly as we might have hoped. Naeem Jack has become the athlete to beat in this junior age group. But let's see how Mien goes. He lines up in lane 3 in the second heat. So the full lineup for Heat 1, representing Limpopo in lane 1 is Mpela Katlego. Zanir Buerta goes for Gauteng North in lane 2. His teammate on the outside, Naeem Jack, the African junior record holder. Not the best conditions at the moment. The track is still pretty wet from the rain earlier, and it's getting quite chilly now in Germiston. So I don't think we'll expect lightning fast times, especially because this is a first round heat. But we do expect Naeem Jack to pull off an impressive performance in this first heat. Just outside him, his AGN teammate Stefan Otter goes in lane 4. And then we have 2 more AGN athletes in lanes 5 and 6, Luan Boshoff and Lukan Kotza. Representing Limpopo, in lane 7 is Shalom Molelekwa. Dante Bloom goes for Cedra Gauteng in lane 8. And with 10 lanes down the finishing straight in this stadium, they will be utilizing lane 9 as well. And Jabulo Kunene lines up for Athletics Vault Triangle. Lane 10 will be open. They don't use lanes 9 and 10 for finals, but these tracks that have the extra 2 lanes down the finishing straight are very useful in terms of allowing more athletes in to the heats and semi-finals. They're not used very often for semi-finals either, but certainly for heats. Watch the man third from right on your screen. In lane 3, Naeem Jack. He's broken the national junior record multiple times. Represented South Africa at the World Senior Championships last year in the 200-meter sprint. A very versatile athlete. As he gets older, I assume he's going to have to specialize in either the flat sprints or the hurdles. And as good as he is in the 200 meters, you got to think that Naeem Jack is probably going to pick the hurdles as his main event. because he is one of the most promising young athletes in South Africa. And it's incredible to think what he might be able to achieve in these sprint hurdles. It looks like we are ready to go now in the first of 3 heats. And a false start there in lane 5. Luan Boshoff from AGN, I think, getting off a little bit too fast. And at this level in athletics, there are no warnings if he has false started. Unfortunately for Boshoff, he will be disqualified. Sometimes it can be a technical issue, so we'll have to wait to see what the officials decide. But it did look like Luan Boshoff too quick out the blocks there. And the athletes have been brought back to the start line. And you can see the officials deliberating there, just trying to determine if that was a false start. If it was, then I think Boshoff will get a red card. If not, then a green card will be shown, indicating that the athletes have all been cleared. So unfortunate there for Luan Boshoff. Hangs his head as he walks off. Seems like a harsh rule in athletics to disqualify athletes without any warnings for false starts. Used to be the case that they did get warnings. But what ended up happening was it just took a little too long sometimes to get through the program, because there were a lot of false starts. To try and tighten things up a little bit, World Athletics ultimately deciding that they were changing the rules. There would be no warnings. At first, every athlete in the field would get multiple warnings. Then they would give the whole field 1 warning. Now, if you false start, you are disqualified. And it's amazing how often we see this. Dante Bloom getting off too quickly now for Central Gauteng in lane 8. We see this often. One athlete will false start and it sort of creates a trigger effect. I think it makes the athletes more nervous on the start line. And again, we'll wait for the officials to make a decision. But I have a feeling Dante Bloom is going to join Luan Boshoff on the sidelines of this race. And unfortunately for both these boys, there'll be no place for them in the final. And it is the CGA athlete Dante Bloom. So disappointing for him, very unfortunate. But rules are rules, and it is what it is. So we're now down to 7 athletes in this first heat in the under 20 men's 110 meter hurdles. Starting to get a little dark at Germiston Stadium. The organizers or the stadium management will need to switch on the floodlights soon. It's overcast here. So back into their blocks for the third time now. Heat 1 of 3 in the under 20 men's 110 meter hurdles. Our pre-race favorite, Naeem Jack, the national junior record holder, goes in lane 3 for Athletics Gauteng North. And this time they get away cleanly as expected. Jack storming clear from the gun. And he's going to win this heat comfortably. Big battle between his AGN teammates for the minor positions behind him. And Jack takes the win there. And I think 13.12, it's difficult for me to see. And it does look like 13.12. How incredible is that? Looked like he was cruising there in conditions that are not really conducive to sprint hurdling. It just shows how good Naeem Jack is. Hopefully the organizers do switch on those floodlights soon. Will be easier for us to see the clock. Heat 2 now of 3 in the under 20 men's 110 meter hurdles. Lane 1, Boitumelo Matea from Northwest Cape. Obakeng Tema is in lane 2 for Gauteng North. Look out for Penyo Mien, who lines up in lane 3, also for AGN. A couple years ago, ran under 13 seconds in the youth age group. Became the 3rd fastest athlete in history in the world among the under 18 boys. Let's see how he goes here over the higher hurdles. Zander de Kotso, another AGN athlete, goes in lane 4. Morapedi Mosejane from Athletics Free State is in 5. Sokwazi Sikosana, representing Mpumalanga, lines up in 6. Bochelo Kanyaho from CGA is in 7. Another CGA athlete, Henro Standa, drawn in lane 8. And out in lane 9, on the far left of your screen from Western Province, Simon Meiring. So 9 athletes in this field. Heat 2 in the men's under 20 110 meter hurdles. Top 2 in each heat qualify automatically for the final, along with the next 2 fastest athletes from the 3 heats. Great start by Zander Ekotso from Gauteng North in lane 4, being pushed hard now by Penyo Mien on his inside. It's the 2 AGN athletes all the way to the line. Zander Ekotso takes the win. 13.67 his winning time. So not as fast as we saw from Naeem Jack in Heat 1. What a great start by Zander Ekotso. Penyo Mien looked like he might chase him down, but then Ekotso changing gears in the second half of their race. Wins that heat. Penyo Mien comes through for second. Both those athletes will be in the final. And we have one more race to come in the under 20 men's 110 meter hurdles heats.
special, and I think for him, he couldn't have asked for better, having one of these athletes. And he's of course
Final heat in the under 20 men's 110 meter hurdles. The full lineup from lanes 1 through to 9. Nkolisi Skele from Athletics Free State. Adiel Buthelezi from Vol Triangle. Jaden Enslin in lane 3 for Limpopo. His teammate Johan Haasbroek goes in 4. Lizwe Mkumane is in lane 5 for Mpumalanga. Liam Vosloo goes in 6 for Eastern Province. Christian van Rooyen from Central Gauteng is in lane 7. Conric Lowe drawn in lane 8 for Brillant. And Jaden Parkin from Free State goes in lane 9. You would think Jaden Parkin, perhaps the pre-race favourite here from the Free State on the outside, the far left of your screen. But I think he's going to have to work for it here. So the top 2 progressing automatically to the final, along with the next 2 quickest from the 3 heats. They get away at the first time of asking. Jaden Parkin off to a cracking start in lane 9. The Free State athlete storming over these hurdles. He's going to take a convincing victory as Parkin. 13.31 for the Free State athlete. So the second quickest time behind Naeem Jack. I said Jaden Parkin might have to work for that one. Made it look so easy.
Did you guys also see that? Jaden Parkin, you don't know. You know what? Go on YouTube, go watch. You will see the clip, you will see the
Jaden Parkin getting big cheers here from the crowd in the stands. That really was an impressive performance to close out those under 20 boys heats. Next up will be the under 18 boys who also compete over the 110 meter distance. They do compete over a slightly lower height, so we just need to wait for the volunteers to change the height of the hurdles before we can get underway in this under 18 boys division. We will have 4 heats, so the top 2 in each heat will progress to the final. And I have to correct myself because I'm feeling a little bit silly. I went on and on about how Penyo Mien ran a sub-13 second 110 meter hurdles as a youth athlete. That was in fact Matodzi and Dao. I'm confusing my athletes here. Perhaps it's just been a long day, but I will try and do better. Matodzi and Dao, of course, is the national youth record holder, having run 12.98 a couple of years ago. I don't think we'll see that broken here, certainly not in the heats. But what can these boys do in the under 18 110 meter hurdles? They look just about ready to go for heat 1. So let's bring you that full lineup. AJ Olofse from Limpopo goes on the inside in lane 1 on the right of your screen. In lane 2 is Gerhan Pretorius from Southwest Districts. Enrique Bosch, look out for him, representing Central Gauteng in lane 3. Ruben Smit goes in 4 for the Free State. Luan Visser is in 5 for AGN. His provincial teammate Troy Gosling lines up on his outside in 6. Nkati Klotliso is in lane 7 for Border. Boitumelo Shai from Transkei goes in lane 8, and Asemahle Jaji turns out for Border in lane 9. Enrique Bosch got off to such a good start in lane 3 for CGA. I thought he might have false started. And he's going to take an easy win in this first heat in the under 18 boys division. Dips on the line in 13.1. I don't know if there's an error with the clock. That seems unbelievably fast for a heat, certainly in these conditions. We'll have to wait for the official results, because if Enrique Bosch just ran a 13.1 in a heat, in cool conditions on a wet track, it would be absolutely stunning. Great run by him. But I feel like the time on the inside of the track might be a little bit incorrect. We'll have to wait and see. I'll let you know once we do get those results. So next up, heat 2 in the under 18 boys 110 meter hurdles. Diano Moses from Limpopo lines up in lane 1. Kevin Forsman from Mpumalanga is in 2. Tabani Mangena goes in lane 3 for Western Province. Katlego Motulwe is in lane 4 for Northwest North. Hayden Blau from Boland drawn in lane 5. Fana Baloy turns out in 6 for Northwest North. Martin Slabbert from Boland is in 7. Uhlanga Kelepu goes in lane 8 for Border. And Reino Basson closes out our lineup in lane 9 for Western Province. I don't see Basson on the start line. I also don't see Fana Baloy in lane 6. So I think we might have 7 athletes in this field. And they're away cleanly. Even running in the early stages. But here comes Katlego Matowe from Northwest North on his inside from Western Provinces to Bani Mangena. It's those two athletes to the line. Mangena takes the win. 13.74 shows on the clock. Tabani Mangena and Katlego Matowe finishing first and second. They will find a spot in the final. So heat 3 now in the boys under 18 110 meter hurdles. Jean-Ray Berger goes in lane 1 for Mpumalanga. Ruan Niman is in 2 for Gauteng North. Dean McCaslin from Central Northwest lines up in 3. Kagisho Chesebe from AGN is in 4. Also representing Gauteng North, William De Lange in lane 5. Jose Van Roy from Mpumalanga lines up in 6. Jean-Ru Pretorius from Gauteng North drawn in lane 7. Llewellyn Van Kolla is in lane 8 for Central Gauteng, and out in lane 9 for Western Province is Jean-Ray Barnett. No sign of Barnett in lane 9. So I think it's a field of 8. And they're underway in heat 3. William De Lange from Gauteng North going well in lane 5. Here comes the man on his inside, Chesebe, and Van Roy from Mpumalanga in lane 6. Van Roy will take the win. Dean McCaslin coming through for Central Northwest in second place. Great running by both Van Roy and McCaslin in the second half of that race. Once they got into their running, took control of those positions available for the final. One more heat to come in the under 18 boys 110 meter hurdles. In lane 1 is Connor Hollenbach from Central Northwest. Zian Meyer from Mpumalanga is in 2. Sven Heden lines up in lane 3 for Gauteng North. Dieter Voigt goes in 4 for Eastern Province. Jared Fernandez from Central Gauteng is in lane 5. Botlale Chauke representing Limpopo goes in 6. Siabonga Nhlapo from Vol Triangle drawn in lane 7. Sipamandla Nkosi representing the host province Central Gauteng starts in lane 8. And Lerato Matlaisane from Northwest North turns out in lane 9. Looks like we are just about ready to go in this final heat among the under 18 boys.
So with the short high hurdles race, team will get to run in the final. So through the heats, 4 heats, it will be the top 2. 2 goes fast in position and 2 being off by virtue of time.
The athletes enter their blocks. And they're away cleanly. Connor Hollenbach getting off well for Central Northwest on the inside, but here comes Sven Heeden for Gauteng North in lane 3. And on the outside, Lelato Matlaisane from Northwest North, pushing each other hard all the way to the line. I think Sven Heeden took that in lane 3. And Lelato Matlaisane from Northwest North perhaps just edged into second position. Good running as well by Jared Fernandez from Central Gauteng, but he settles for third position and he'll miss out on the final. Those spots going to Sven Heeden and Lerato Matlaisane. Next event on the track, the under 16 boys 100-meter hurdles. So because they compete over 100 meters and not 110, the volunteers just need to adjust the placing of the hurdles. They also need to drop the height. So we'll give them a few minutes to do that. We'll have 3 heats in this under 16 boys division. It's getting darker and darker here in Germiston, as can be expected as we move into the evening with cloud cover. Would help, I think, if they switch the floodlights on at some point. It does seem, in fact, like they've switched 2 of them on. It's hard for me to tell from where I'm sitting. I know the floodlights are very expensive. They won't want to put them on unless they absolutely need to. So the lights are in fact on down the finishing straight. My apologies for criticizing the organizers when all I had to do was open my eyes and look. Bit of a process sorting out all the hurdles. But it's important that it's done properly and the chief technical officials check them before the race starts. I've seen races where the hurdles are placed in the wrong position. I've also seen a race where the hurdles are placed the wrong way around, which is very dangerous because they don't fall over if you hit them the wrong way around. Can injure the athletes, and that's why we need to ensure we give the volunteers and the officials enough time to make sure it's done properly. And we've got to credit all these volunteers who come out to assist at these meetings, giving up their free time to come and ensure that things run smoothly at these South African athletics events. The under-16 boys just doing a few run-throughs as they prepare for the start of the first of 3 heats in their age group. Good to go in the first of 3 heats among the under-16 boys. From lanes 1 through to 7, it is Amos Moleka, Ntando Dube, Miguel Prince, Bonga Tao, PG Moorman, Cade Lowe, and Leon Pace. So 7 athletes in this field. And we're off at the first time of asking. Good start by Miguel Prince in lane 3. On his outside, Bonga Tao coming through strongly for Mpumalanga. Tao is going to take the victory here. And Miguel Prince just holding off a challenge there from PG Moorman. So Prince takes second position. He gets an automatic spot in the final along with Bonga Tao. PG Moorman grabs third spot. He'll have to wait to see if he gets through on time. The top 2 athletes in each heat will progress automatically, as well as the next 2 quickest on time across the 3 heats. Heat 2 now for the under-16 boys. Mason Small from Western Province goes in lane 1. Liam Asintu from Gauteng North is in 2. Jano Kleingeld representing Northwest North lines up in 3. Duran Barron from Boland goes in 4. Vian Pretorius is in lane 5 for Vol Triangle. Joran Snyden representing Boland is in 6. And closing out the lineup in lane 7, Gareth Julius, who turns out for Athletics Vol Triangle. So in these sprint hurdles, in case you were wondering why there was no under-23 men's race, looks like the athletes will go straight through to the final. So no heats for the under-23 men, and it looks like we'll have the same situation for the under-23 women. They too will contest in a direct final. Heat 2 in the boys under 16 100-meter hurdles. And they're away in Heat 2. Jano Kleingeld storming through from northwest north, being pushed now by Duran Baron from Boerland. It is going to be the northwest north athlete who takes the win. Jano Kleingeld takes the victory in Heat 2. Duran Baron did well to push him, but in the closing stages of the race, Kleingeld managing to draw clear. We have one more heat among the under-16 boys before we move on to the under-20 girls. So lane 1 will be open for this third heat, as well as 8, 9 and 10. So just 6 athletes lining up here. Austin Webster goes in lane 2 from Mpumalanga. Kitso Mokoma lines up for CGA in lane 3. Juan Marstorp goes in 4 for Gauteng North. Deacon Willemse representing Boerland drawn in lane 5. Dean Blichnoot from Gauteng North goes in 6. And Alexander de Kock, representing Northwest Cape, will turn out in lane 7. The athletes settled into their blocks. Heat 3 of 3 in the boys under 16 100-meter hurdles. And they're away first time. Kitso Mokoma starting well for CGA in lane 3. Can anybody close him down? Mokoma looking very good here. Big battle for second place between the two Gauteng North athletes, Juan Marstorp and Deon Blichnoot. One of them going to have to hope they get through on time. Kitso Mokoma receives an automatic spot along with one of those Gauteng North athletes. We'll have to wait for the official results to see which of them got through, but no doubt about the winner, Kitso Mokoma, taking the victory there for CGA. Moving on now to the under-20 women's 100-meter hurdles. Look out for the athlete in lane 3, representing Gauteng North, national junior record holder Tumi Ramokgopa. Ramokgopa ran 13.15 last year in this event. This is her last year as a junior, and she'll be hoping to challenge for a medal later this year at the World Under-20 Championships in Eugene, Oregon. She will be the firm favorite for the gold medal here at these national age group championships in this under-20 age group. She will line up against 5 under athletes in this first heat. Gabriela Schoenfeld from Eastern Province is in 1, or in lane 2 rather. Ramokgopa goes in 3. Shirley Maboa from Limpopo lines up in 4. Dene Leroux, representing Central Northwest, is in lane 5. Anke Bornman from Gauteng North goes in 6. And in lane 7, Anal Conradi, representing Eastern Province. If you've never seen Tumi Ramokgopa run, She's very good over the 400 hurdles and equally capable over the 100-meter hurdles. She has an incredible technique, and you're in for a special sight. Don't expect her to get the best out of herself because this is a first-round heat. But for an under-20 athlete, she has a phenomenal technique. At some stage, I suppose she's going to have to choose between the 100 and the 400-meter hurdles as she moves up to senior level. But we have seen athletes doubling, even at senior level, including former national 100-meter hurdles record holder Talon Bealt, who is also a very good 400-meter hurdler. And perhaps as she gets older, Ramokgopa will continue to be able to juggle the two events. As expected, Ramokgopa getting off to the best start here in Heat 1 in this under-20 girls 100-meter hurdles. How good is Tumi Ramokgopa? What a special athlete. She wins this race convincingly. 13.3 seconds, the time on the clock. Very quick in these conditions, if that time is correct. The track is still a bit damp, and it's pretty cool now here in Germiston. Tumi Ramokgopa sets the standard in this under-20 women's 100-meter hurdles with one race to come. The top 4 athletes in each heat will progress to the final. Heat 2 now in the 100-meter hurdles. Another 6 athletes going in this field. Leila Grobler goes for Athletics Gauteng North in lane 2. Look out for the athlete in lane 3, Amogelang Motlatle from Gauteng North. This young lady, very useful over the hurdles, has also represented South Africa in hockey in her age group. Very versatile young athlete. Let's see how she goes in this heat. Kaylin Jenkins goes in 4 for Central Gauteng. Kylie Basson is in lane 5 for Boland. Megan Kreur in lane 6 for Mpumalanga. And representing Central Gauteng, Boitumelo Mukwena lines up in lane 7. And we're underway now in Heat 2 and the under-20 women's 100-meter hurdles. Amogelang Motlatle getting off to a great start in 3. Kaylin Jenkins from CGA pushing her all the way to the line. They will take first and second positions. Great finish by Kaylin Jenkins. She takes the win for CGA. Amogelang Motlatle, representing AGN, edged into second place after that incredible start. And we'll see them back in action in the final tomorrow, as that brings an end to the under-20 girls 100-meter hurdles heats. Next up are the under-18 girls. Again, we'll have 2 heats in this age group. A full field of 19 athletes, so we'll have 9 athletes in Heat 1. And 10 athletes in Heat 2, all 10 lanes down the finishing straight being used for that second heat. We will look out for the athlete who turns out in Heat 2. She goes in lane 4, Megan Niemann, the national youth record holder. But first up is Heat 1. Zione Furi goes in lane 1 for CGA. Kiara Dell from AGN is in 2. Megan Marie, another athlete to watch in this age group, goes for Gauteng North in 3. Laura van der Poel, another AGN athlete, lines up in 4. Ava Tanus from Central Northwest goes in lane 5. Caitlin Fourie, her teammate, is in lane 6. Lumey Janssen van Rensburg lines up in 7 for Boerland. Lily de Moy from Central Northwest is in 8. And Danica Reinders from Central Gauteng closes out the lineup in lane 9. Looks like we're missing Lily de Moy from Central Northwest. It's not Lily de Moy. I think it's Lumey Janssen from Rensburg from Boerland who's missing from this lineup in lane 7. False start there by Kiara Dell from Gauteng North. I think Dell might be watching this race on the sidelines. Danica Reinders also seems to be missing from this field. The Central Gauteng athlete, not in lane 9. So we'll see what the officials say. But I think there was a false start for Kiara Dell, a former national champion in a younger age group, over under 16 level. It is a red card for Kiara Dell, puts her head in her hands in disappointment. I always feel sorry for these young athletes when they're disqualified, especially from a national championship. She's put in so much work to get here, but it is what it is. And unfortunately for Kiara Dell, she won't be competing in the final tomorrow. So just 6 athletes left in this field now. Look out for Megan Marie with the long white sleeves in lane 3, representing Gauteng North. Perhaps she's our pre-race favorite. And this time they get away cleanly. Good start by Megan Marie. Can anybody close her down in the second half of this race? On her outside, Laura van der Poel trying to push her. Can van der Poel shut her down? And she does. Fantastic finish by Laura van der Poel. It's a 1-2 for Athletics Gauteng North. And considering the form that Megan Marie has been in this season, she almost beat Megan Niemann the other day. Laura van der Poel just produced a phenomenal performance. Great run and a phenomenal finish over the last 30 meters. Megan Marie edged into second position. After that cracking run from Laura van der Poel, we now move on to the second and final heat among the under-18 girls. And the national youth record holder, Megan Niemann, goes in lane 4 for Athletics Gauteng North. The rest of the field, Nalissa Mokadi from Gauteng North is in lane 1. Megan Hamilton lines up for Central Gauteng in 2. Janelle Kirkpatrick, very good 400-meter hurdler, also very useful over the 100-meter sprint. Over the barriers, lines up for AGN in lane 3. Our pre-race favorite, Megan Niemann, goes in 4. Carla Muller from CGA lines up in 5. Minka de Kock from Free State goes in lane 6. Chrisette Oudendal from Limpopo drawn in lane 7. Caitlin Rock representing Vaal Triangle goes in lane 8. Annika Strauss lines up in 9 for Free State. And out in lane 10, Jordan Lee Longstaff representing Central Gauteng. And all 10 ladies are out on the track. Can anybody challenge the form athlete this year, Megan Niemann. She will be the favorite for the national title, but she might not have things all her own way in that final against the likes of Megan Marie and Laura van der Poel, who we just saw beating Marie in that first heat. A very competitive age group, the under 18 girls. Niemann holds the national youth record just outside 13 seconds. It's pretty chilly here in Germiston tonight. The track is still damp from the rain earlier, and it is a first round heat, so we won't look too closely at that national record. Can anybody challenge Megan Niemann? We spoke about the phenomenal technique of Tumi Ramokgopa in the junior age group, and Megan Niemann has a very similar technique, very much in the same mold as Tumi Ramokgopa, because she's also a very good 400-meter hurdler. But this could be the biggest disappointment of these championships, because Megan Niemann, I think, is about to be disqualified for a false start. Having a chat with the official. We'll have to wait for that final decision, but she did seem to false start. She sort of stumbled out the blocks, and I don't know if she's saying to one of the officials, something happened and I slipped, perhaps. And the official is saying, if you have an issue in your block, you're supposed to stick up your hand and let us know. Niemann doesn't look happy. Be very interesting to be a fly on the wall and find out what that conversation is about. But look at this. Megan Niemann has been disqualified. The national youth record holder raises her hand. She's asking a question, trying to explain herself.
So there is a record holder. It's not in, but she need to go see.
I've never seen an athlete appealing a false start like this and being included in the race. Sometimes they can run under protest, and their times will only count if they win an appeal. So when I'm saying I've never seen it, that's actually not true. You do occasionally see it, but it doesn't happen often. Let's see if Megan Niemann does choose to run under protest here. And then Athletics Gauteng North has the option to appeal the false start later on. And if that appeal is successful, we could still see her in the final. It did look to me like she false started, but I think Niemann's saying I had an issue and I stumbled, arguing it's not really a false start. We've also seen athletes appealing decisions and then coming back and running solo time trials to get through to the next round. Also something that doesn't happen often. Megan Niemann not happy at all about this decision. Still chatting to the officials, and I think they're going to go ahead without her. That is very, very unfortunate. Opens the field for the rest of these athletes. And we are underway now in Heat 2 in the youth girls 100-meter hurdles. Janelle Kirkpatrick getting off to a cracking start, and she's going to take the win in this heat. Good run here by Janelle Kirkpatrick. And she does take the win. Coming through for second place from Free State in lane 6 is Minka de Kock. But a comfortable win there for Janelle Kirkpatrick. And it's so disappointing that we're not going to see Megan Niemann, or at least I don't think we will, after she was disqualified from that heat. We won't see her in the final, and we were expecting some special things from her. But it does make things interesting, because there's a lot of depth in this event. And it'll be interesting to see who comes out in top in that final. We move on now to the under 16 girls 90-meter hurdles. We'll have 3 heats. So the top two in each heat will progress automatically to the final, as well as the next two quickest on time. After the under 16 girls 90-meter hurdles heats, we'll move on to some heptathlon 200-meter races. Following the heptathlon races for girls, we hope that you will stick around for what we expect to be very exciting 100-meter finals. Phenomenal effort earlier today in the under 20 boys heats, or semi-finals rather. Marco Ferreira running an unofficial time of 10:09. I didn't check if that was rounded down. I think it might have been. Becoming the third quickest junior athlete in South African history after Bayanda Walaza and Bradley Nkwana. And he's up against Mukona Manavela in that under 20 final. Manavela took his foot off the pedal in his semi-final, so difficult to gauge. But Ferreira certainly taking a lot of confidence into tonight's final. Also in the under 23 women's race, we're expecting a cracking contest led by Viwe Jinki. And perhaps the favorite in the under 23 men's race, Abdurrahman Karim, also showing really good form earlier today. So do stick around. Those 100-meter finals will be up in a little while. First heat now in the under 16 girls 90-meter hurdles. The athlete's just being held in the block too long there. I think the starter's pistol getting jammed, so they'll just need to fix that. Let's run through the lineup quickly from lanes 1 through to 9. It is Abby Prinsloo, Amelie Grobler, Millet Olivier, Annemie Duplessis, Mia Janse van Noordwijk, Hebra Mika van Sail, Imke Roux, Jessica Marais, and Leah Krugel. It's a very unique name in lane 6. I'm pronouncing it Hebre Mika van Sail, representing Athletics Vol Triangle. I do apologize to her entire family because I'm pretty sure I'm butchering her first name. I've never seen that name before. Might be Hybre. So my apologies if I am getting that wrong. We'll see how she goes in lane 6. Good start in lane 3 by Millet Ulafir from Central Gauteng. Everybody else playing catch up. Here comes Mia Janse van Noordwijk, 2 lanes outside her. But it is going to be the CGA athlete Millet Ulafir who takes this first heat among the under 16 girls over 90-meter hurdles. Pushed hard there by Janse van Noordwijk was Ulafir, but managed to hold her off, winning by a couple of meters in the end. And now for the under 16 girls 90-meter hurdles. 8 athletes going in this race in heat 2. Isabella Steinbach goes in lane 1 for Athletics Central Northwest. Lily van Aswegen is in 2 for Gauteng North. Nikita Aris lines up for Boerlands in lane 3. Remoratile Ramokhadi goes in 4 for Gauteng North. Lindsay Haynes is in 5 also for Gauteng North. 2 of their teammates in lane 6 and 7, Sunil Berger and Tyler van Rooyen, also going for AGN. And Danae Faree closes out the lineup in lane 8 for Central Northwest. It's really bugging me that I spelled that young or pronounced that young lady's name incorrectly in the first heat. I'd be really curious to know how it's pronounced. Is it Hebra? Maybe it's Hebra. It's always interesting to see unique names. Ready to go now in Heat 2 in this girls under 16 age group. Looks like we have a false start. It might have been Tyler van Rooyen from Gauteng North in lane 7. Difficult to tell that one from the naked eye because she might have been reacting to an athlete on the inside. Let's see what the officials say here as they check the timing system just to confirm. And so, it is indeed Tyler van Rooyen from Gauteng North who gets that red card. Disappointing for her. And now the field down to 7 athletes in this second heat among the under 16 girls. Only 2 athletes progressing automatically to the final, along with the next 2 quickest athletes from all 3 heats combined. And another false start, this time from lane 4, Remoratile Ramokhadi. Also representing AGN. She gets a hug there from one of her teammates. And Ramokhadi will stick around just to make sure that she does get a red card, but I think she will be the second AGN athlete in this race to be disqualified. This often happens when there's a false start in a race, causes some sort of trigger effect. I think the athletes just become a little bit more nervous on the start line. Unfortunate there for Remoratile Ramokhadi. She steps back. Seems very upset with that. Unsurprisingly, she's done a lot of work to get to this point. And being disqualified in a national championship must be gut-wrenching. She would have fancied her chances of competing in that final tomorrow. So you got to feel for both Ramokhadi and van Rooyen. But these things happen. And we will move forward now as they enter their blocks now for the 3rd time in this under 16 girls 90-meter hurdles contest. Heat 2 of 3 in this age group. And this time they get away cleanly, even running in the early stages. And the two Gauteng North athletes in the middle of the screen, Lindsay Haynes and Sunel Berger, pushing each other hard here. Lindsay Haynes takes the win from lane 5. Sunel Berger edged into second position. Those two athletes will progress automatically to the final. The rest of the field will have to wait to see if they get through on time. Or the athletes congratulating each other after that race. It's always good to see the camaraderie in athletics, especially among the youngsters. So the last sprint hurdle heat on our program for today, the under 16 girls 90 meter hurdles heat 3. We have 8 athletes in the field. Hayley Luez from Central Northwest goes in lane 1. Nime Mulder is in 2 for Gauteng North. Linka Vossler lines up for Eastern Province in 3. Mika van der Merwe goes in lane 4 for Central Gauteng. Chanel Prince is in 5 for Central Northwest. Shauna Erasmus for Central Gauteng goes in lane 6. Anya de Kock representing the Free State is in lane 7. And in lane 8 for Athletics in Mpumalanga, Hazel Marie Bellingen.
Let's give them hush, especially when it comes to 100 meters. We're going to have a problem.
Good to go now. Heat 3 of 3 among the under 16 girls. And they're away at the first time of asking. Mika van der Merwe gets off well for Central Gauteng Athletics in lane 4. Van der Merwe is the athlete to beat in the closing stages of this race, and she will hold on for the win. Dips hard, storming over the line and making sure Mika van der Merwe books her spot in that final to be held tomorrow. And that brings a close to the sprint hurdles heats on our program today. Next up on the track, we will have 4. Struggling to read. It looks like we'll have 4 200-meter heptathlon heats among the girls and the women. We start with the under 18s. They'll have 2 heats. We then move on to the under 20 division. And the last of the 200-meter heptathlon races will be the under 23 women. Looks like we have only one athlete in that under 23 race, Cara Smith from Free State. Be tough for her competing on her own, but it could just be a typo here on the entry list, so we'll see if she does get any competition. We are going to have a break from the commentary booth for a short while you watch these heptathlon 200-meter races. After these 4 races, we'll then move on to the 100-meter finals, and I'll be back with you for that.
Wait. Thanks, thanks. On the video, and he was watching someone say the Bible was God on his
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have the attack from coming up in the next few minutes. So it is women's under 18 attack from. They have been going yesterday the whole day. And presenting those points in first place, currently, we have Army Bishop with 2,204 points. And in second place, don't forget, we have with 2,102 points. And in third place, we have Maroon Jordan with 2,031 points. DJ, sound system. DJ. Remember, they need the points to make sure that they are crowned the national champion. Watch out there for the athletes in lane 7. She has been collecting points every time today. Is Annie Bishop. She is winning everything, but she is challenged on the inside. And the athlete to the part of the report is Ekhurhuleni, who's going to win the 200 meters. Fantastic running by Ekhurhuleni. 24.94. Fantastic running. That is a great time, even if you are an individual 200-meter athlete. Maybe she needs to consider doing those as well. She's a super fighter. Ekhurhuleni taking that right. But I'm pretty sure Andrew Bishop, 50 seconds, has collected enough points to make sure that she's in a nice lead going into day 2 tomorrow. This has been heating up. Up there's ladies and gentlemen, we have the second heat of the women's 18 of Tokyo. Just right behind Bishop is Mia Durada on points. I'm pretty sure she's been looking to overcome or replace Rada Bishop. Can she do it? Watch out there for the athletes in lane 5. And in lane 3, we have Haley Pittman. In lane 4, Molly Mons. In lane 6, we have Renee. In lane 7, Brown. In lane 8, Kayla. This is the last heat, last final rather, of the women's 18 technique. reset. Just want to remind everyone that we still have a day 2 tomorrow and a day 3 on Saturday. We still on day 1. It has been exhilarating. It has been a lot of fun. We've seen some crazy times, we've also seen some disappointments. But the day is not over. Right after this, we have the 100-meter finals. So stay seated. We are not going anywhere. A reminder that the relays are cancelled today. There won't be any relays happening later today. Alright, so we set. And we are off in the last final of the women's 18 hectare. Here we are in lane 5. We'll be looking to close the gap on the leader right now, but it is the athlete in the second lane. It is Hailey Curtis in the colors of AGA. Let's see what the time will be. Remember, it's all about collecting points at this stage, ladies and gentlemen. 25-4-6. Oh, that is fantastic running. We're about collecting points at this time, ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that day 2, when the last 4 events take place, you can be a South African champion. Alright, up next we have the women's under 20 heptathlon. It will be combined with the under 23 since we only have one athlete competing in that age group, Carl Smith. The points total right now is sitting at 2,203. And in the women's under 20, we have Leonard Dupro for CGA at 2016. In second place, we have Anya Smith with 1,949. And in third, we have Hannah Rios with 1,787. This will be a straight final. Only one race in this one. It's all on the line. Everyone wants the points today so that there's no pressure tomorrow. We've had a couple of events today so far. Earlier this morning, we ran the 100. It was the 100-meter hurdles. And we did the distance and then the shot put. When you go on the day, you're going to do the 200 meters. And tomorrow we'll have a few more other events, such as the long jump, the javelin, the high jump, the 1,500 meters. And then of course, the game is not down 100-meter final coming up after these events. What will be done by Ekhurhuleni as the team? I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it the entire day. And deploy back up and performances. She's been fantastic the entire day here today. I think she can. Up next is the 20 women. Tag number 2 by U18. In the short put and tackle area in this exact age group, we have Anya Smith that won, and that was a much needed point. She collected 539 points in that one. And in the second place, we have Leah Bansel, who collected 484 points in that one. But the leader, we want to grow. That is where she'd be disappointed with how the shot put went. She's more of a sprinter than she is a thrower. So let's see. Can she back up her hurdles performance in these 200-meter races? Anya Smith will be keeping a close eye. She got some much needed points in the shot put earlier. This is the women's 20. The tag 1-200. And we are off in this final and third race of the day. It is a full heat. Watch out there for that U23 U1 deploy. I didn't say she looked incredible in the hurdles earlier. She is currently the lead. She has a massive lead over the field. Fantastic running with a big top space speed. And she wins that one quite comfortably. Much needed points. She solidifies her lead there at the top. That is a fantastic athlete there. Huge momentum going into the two tomorrow. I am pretty sure she's one of the favorites to win this.
To decide who the fastest man and the waters, it is 100 meter dash.
If you're just joining us, you are just in time for what promises to be some cracking 100-meter finals at the South African Age Group Athletics Championships taking place at Germiston Stadium. We just watched the girls and women competing in 200-meter heptathlon races. The heptathlon, if you're not aware, is a multi-discipline event consisting of 7 events taking place over 2 days of competition. The heptathlon for women and the decathlon for men, certainly the most grueling events in track and field athletics. It takes a lot out of the athletes, and you have to be very versatile to be able to compete in so many different disciplines. So always impressive to see those heptathletes and those decathletes performing at their best. But now, for the flagship event of track and field athletics, the 100-meter finals start with the under-16 girls. It is going to be awesome race after awesome race. I cannot wait to see what sort of performances are produced here. The track is still a bit damp from the rain earlier, and it's quite chilly in Germiston, which makes it difficult for the 100-meter sprinters to stay warm at the start. So we won't look too closely at the times, but if we were in good conditions here, I think we would see some national records falling. 100-meter sprinting is in such a good space in South African athletics at the moment, and we have so many good athletes across all age groups. And you can see the girls already lined up there for the under-16 final. Here's the lineup from lanes 1 through to 8. Busisewe Magwaza goes for Gauteng North in lane 1. On her outside, also representing Gauteng North, Keriana Govender. Rume Korf, another AGN athlete, goes in 3. And watch the youngster in lane 4, Bintu Kamara, yet another AGN athlete. Bintu Kamara is 13 years old, has already qualified for the World Under-20 Championships later this year. She was really impressive in the semi-finals a little bit earlier today. And let's see how she goes against athletes 2 years older than her. Kamara turns 14 later this year. She's going to have to work for this one, though. A very strong field. Lamika Adamson from Boerland goes in 5. Lumile Mofokeng, representing Gauteng North, goes in lane 6. Shasa Lee Ois from Boerland is in lane 7. And Megan Puerta closes out the lineup for Southwestern Districts in lane 8. This is going to be a close race, I think. Kamara will fancy her chances in lane 4, but she's got to look out for the likes of Lamika Adamson, Rume Korf, and Keriana Govender. Gauteng North got a very, very strong lineup here for this 100-meter final. Five AGN athletes in this field. And the crowd hushes as we wait for the first of the 100-meter finals on our program. Expect a battle in this one. A lot of good athletes in this lineup. And this is what you want to see at a national championship. This sort of quality, this sort of depth. They take their marks for the under-16 girls 100-meter final. And they're away cleanly in this under-16 girls race. Even running in the early stages. Keriana Govender going well in lane 2. Here comes Kamara Binto in lane 4. Kamara's going to take the win. Very close battle for second position. I think Keriana Govender might have held on there. But she had Busisewe Magwaza on her left, Rume Korf on her right. All three of them dipping on the line. But the victory going to the 13-year-old Bintu Kamara. What a phenomenal talent that young lady is. If you haven't heard her name yet, remember it, you will hear it again. Bintu Kamara is an athlete for the future. Great start by Keriana Govender, her AGN teammate in lane 2. And she had to fight hard to try and hold on there. Tipping on the line with Magwaza and Korf. And we'll have to wait for the official results to see who got those minor medals. But it was Bintu Kamara who came through for gold. Turns 14 later this year. The girls in this race, a lot of them 2 years older than her. And as I said earlier, Bintu Kamara, at the age of 13, has already qualified for the World Under-20 Championships, which is an absolutely incredible statistic. So good running there by all the AGN athletes in that Under-16 girls race, sweeping the podium. Next up, the Under-16 boys 100-meter final. In lane 1 is Jeno Jacobs from Boland. Cody Ben goes in 2 for Gauteng North. Vuyo Ungubeni from Boland lines up in 3. Kotso Motsamai goes in lane 4 for Central Gauteng. His teammate Kamohelo Letebele lines up in lane 5. Ogone Mosala from Gauteng North drawn in lane 6. Johan Marstorp goes in 7, also for Gauteng North, and out in lane 8 for Athletics Free State, Thiago van Eerden. The young man in lane 5, Kamohelo Letebele, is the younger brother of Karabo Letebele, who is one of South Africa's most promising young senior athletes. Letebele last year as a junior beat African record holder Ferdinand Omunyala at an Athletics South Africa Grand Prix meeting. Went on to break the national junior record in the 60-meter sprint. Has been very impressive this season over the 60 meters indoors. And his younger brother, Kamohelo Letebele, goes in lane 5 here for Central Gauteng Athletics, showing the same sort of talent that we saw from his older brother as a youth and junior athlete. Let's see what Letebele can do here. Also look out for the likes of Vuyo Ngobeni in lane 3, Kotso Motsamai in 4. Ogone Mosala will fancy his chances in 6. And the athletes on the inside and the outside lanes will also be hoping to spring a bit of a surprise here. The fastest athletes in the semi-finals get drawn on the middle lanes, but that doesn't mean we don't watch the fringe athletes. And they're away in the boys under 16 100-meter final. Kotso Motsamai going out like a bomb for Central Gauteng on his inside. Vuyo Ngobeni pushing him hard. Those two athletes to the line. And I think Kotso Motsamai might have just taken that. What an incredible race. Vuyo Ngobeni giving it everything he had, fighting for every inch. Motsamai, I think, held on for that. Great run by Vuyo Ngobeni to take what I think will be the silver medal. Another event where we might have to wait for the official results. But Motsamai seems to think he's done it. I also think he has 10.71, his unofficial winning time in that under 16 100-meter final. Bends down to kiss the track. That's the sort of running you want to see in a national championship final. Nobody gave an inch there, pushing each other to the line. Great running by both those boys. One of them will get gold, the other will get silver. Doesn't get much closer than that, and we will look out for those official results and give them to you once they come through to confirm if Motsamai managed to hold on off or if Ngobeni caught him on the line. We move on now to the girls under 18 100 meters. The full lineup. Emily van der Westhuizen goes in lane 1 for Gauteng North. Lezanka Pina lines up in 2 for Central Northwest. Look out for Faith Konde from Boerland. She looked very, very good in the semi-finals. Tegan Koopman from Western Province goes in 4. Oluchi Ndebweze, another rising star of South African athletics. A very good long jumper is Ndebweze, has broken the South African youth record last year and again this year in the long jump. Also a very good sprinter. Let's see how she goes in this final. Caitlin Fourie goes in lane 6 for Central Northwest. Dene van der Merwe is in 7 for Gauteng North. And Keziah Isop lines up for Border in lane 8. As I said a little earlier, the fastest athletes in the semi-finals get the middle lanes in the final. But some athletes take their foot off the pedal in those semi-finals, clock slower times, and then get given either inside or outside lanes. So generally, you do look at the favorites in the middle lanes, but it's not always the case. And we'll see if anybody can put up a fight here against the likes of Faith Konde, Tegan Koopman, and Oluchi Ndebweze. Under 18 girls 100-meter final. And again they're away cleanly. Good start by Koopman in lane 4. Coming through now is Faith Konde in lane 3. Konde might take the gold medal here. Oluchi Ndebweze comes through for the silver. What a cracking run by Faith Konde. She looked so good, did the Boerland athlete, in the semi-finals earlier today. And again Oluchi Ndebweze having to settle for second place for Central Gauteng. Good run by Ndebweze. Came through nicely over the last 30 or 40 meters. But Faith Konde just had too much of a gap. And the diminutive athlete from Boerland is the new South African youth 100-meter champion. And Faith Konde and Oluchi Ndebweze head back down the track to receive some cheers from the crowd. Great race from these two young ladies. Oluchi Ndebweze, a very versatile athlete, will be the favorite in the girls' long jump competition, settling for silver here in the 100 meters. And Faith Konde producing another incredible run to secure that gold medal. And we're getting some confirmation from results a little bit earlier in the girls under 16 100-meter final. Bintu Kamada taking the win in 11.97. It was Keriana Govender from AGN who held on for the silver, given the exact same time of 12.19, which was given to Rume Korf in third. They had to be separated by thousandths of a second, and Govender finished just 4 thousandths of a second ahead of Rume Korf. Tight battle there between the AGN teammates, and just 1/100th of a second behind them. Busisire Magwaza settling for 4th position. So Athletics Gauteng North taking the top 4 spots in that race. Very tight battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 3 athletes separated by 100th of a second. Doesn't get tighter than that, does it? We move on now to the under 18 boys 100-meter final. Let's run through that lineup. Lezario Mayo goes in lane 1 for Boerland. Dwayne Cummings is in 2 for Western Province. We have more Boerland athletes in 3 and 4. Marlon Kaystad and Quaid Machan. Ube Ardent from Western Province goes in 5. Mika Africa, representing Boerland, is in lane 6. Chibuna Ehirim lines up in lane 7 for Central Gauteng. And Tian Zietsman from Athletics Gauteng North goes in lane 8. We have 4 athletes in this field from Boerland, 2 from Western Province, so 6 boys in this final representing the Western Cape. Some good things happening in sprinting in the Western Cape. And this is another powerful lineup. I think we're going to expect another close race here. A stacked lineup of 8 athletes challenging for this national under 18 title. The athletes are called to their marks for this under 18 boys final. Eight athletes, 3 medals on the line. And they're underway in the boys under 18 100-meter final. Great start by Quaid Machan in lane 4. And here comes Marlon Keister on his inside in 3. Keister takes the gold medal. Quaid Machan pushed into second position. Ube Arendt comes through for the bronze for Western Province. Great running there by the Boerland athletes. Awesome start by Quaid Machan. Caught before the line by Marlon Keister. But Boerland will go home with gold and silver. And Western Province take the bronze through Ube Arendt. The winning time 10.32. Cracking performance in these conditions by these under 18 athletes. And Marlon Keister is the national youth 100-meter champion, running in the black kit of Boerland Athletics. That time, which might be rounded down a little bit once we get the official result, is only 0.12 of a second outside the national youth record set by Giftleo Tlela back in 2015. Imagine how quickly those boys could have run if it was warm on a dry track. Fortunately, no wind blowing through the stadium, or at least nothing more than a slight breeze, which does help. But these conditions not ideal, and considering that, that is a very, very quick time for Marlon Keister. And we've got some more results. We thought Kotso Motsamai might have taken the boys under 1600-meter race. The victory going to Vuyo and Ngobeni representing Boerland. Motsamai in second position for Central Gauteng was given the same time of 10.7 seconds. And just like we saw in the girls under 16 race, the boys under 16 gold and silver medalists separated by thousandths of a second. They had to take that one to the photo finish. Vuyo Ngobeni finishing 5 thousandths of a second ahead of Kotso Matsamai. Jeno Jacobs coming through for the bronze medal in the colors of Boerland, clocking 10.83. So a cracking start to these 100-meter races. As we move on now to the under 20 girls 100-meter final. Christabel Davis goes in lane 1 for Gauteng North. Selena Rocha, her teammate, goes in lane 2. Zoe Cilliers is in 3 for Mpumalanga. Misha van Staden lines up in lane 4 for Western Province. Michaela Bester goes in 5 for Central Gauteng. Hannah Hope from Mark is in lane 6 for Gauteng North. Amogolang Motlatle goes in lane 7 for Gauteng North. And Kaylee van Oudtshoorn closes out the lineup in lane 8 for Central Gauteng. Another stacked field in the girls' junior final. More results coming through. The girls under 18 race won by Faith Konde in 11.61. Uluchi and Debreze taking second place for CGA in 11.72. And the bronze medal going to Tegan Koopman, clocking 11.79 for Western Province. And we're good to go now in the junior girls final. The athletes are called to their marks. And we're underway. Miche van Staden getting off well for Western Province. But look on the inside. Christabel Davis from Gauteng North comes flying through. Here comes Hannah Hope from Mark in lane 6. And it's in lane 3. Zoe Cilliers comes out of nowhere for Athletics and Mpumalanga. Takes that one on the line. I think we had 4 athletes leading that race at different points. Great start by Miche van Staden. Unfortunately for her, went backwards a little bit. Looked like Hannah Hope for Mark might come through. Then Christabel Davis on the inside. But Zoe Cilliers in the colours of Mpumalanga takes the gold medal in the end. And she is the new national junior champion in the 100-metre sprint. Yet another tight battle in these 100-metre finals. We couldn't ask for a better way to close out the individual competitions at this national championship. After the 100-metre finals, we do still have relay races coming up. And we still have 3 more 100-metre sprints to come. Next up, the under-20 men. And this could be the race of the championship. Mukona Manavela, the former athlete this year, up until today, representing Gauteng North, goes in lane 2. And watch the man outside him in lane 3, Marco Ferreira from Eastern Province. Ran under 10.1 seconds in the semi-finals earlier today, and I think has given Mukona Manavela a very big scare coming into this race. Manavela knows he's going to have to give it everything he's got. We're expecting a battle between these two men. The national junior record, 9.99, held by Bayanda Walaza, might be in danger in better conditions. I'm not sure we're going to see that today. But even in these conditions, these two men are so good. I think we're going to see a quick time here. And the question is, who's going to come out on top? It's AGN against Eastern Province. Let's not forget about the rest of the field. Let's run through the lineup. Imran Glunge goes in lane 1 for Gauteng North. His teammate Mukona Manavela is on his outside in 2. Just on his right, to our left on your screen, Marco Ferreira in the red, white and black of Eastern Province. Perhaps our pre-race favorite, although he's got the man on his inside that he has to shake off. Martin Joubert goes in 4 for Central Gauteng. Zatu Hlongwane lines up in lane 5 for Gauteng North. Kaylin Ryan is in lane 6 for Central Gauteng. Daryl Botus goes in 7 for Northwest Cape. And in lane 8, representing Athletics Free State, Joshua Westhuizen. 6 athletes in this race trying desperately to spring what will be a stunning surprise, because all eyes will be on lanes 2 and 3. It's Mukona Manavela against Marco Ferreira. Ferreira's been in awesome form this year, but Manavela has been just a bit better than him until this afternoon, when the Eastern Province athlete laid down the marker, slammed down the hammer, went under 10.1. And Manavela took his foot off the pedal in his semi-final, so difficult to gauge in comparison. But Ferreira will fancy his chances here. Mukona Manavela, his nickname is Smiley. I don't see him smiling right now, and I don't blame him, because I think this is the most pressure he's ever experienced on the start line of a race. National championship on the line. And the man on his outside, Marco Ferreira, is going to do everything he can to take that gold medal. 10:09 already in the bag today for Marco Ferreira. Manavela has gone under 10.2 this year, but he's going to have to produce something special here if Ferreira's able to hit his straps again. The athletes are called to the start line. And we're underway. And Warnavella getting off to a cracking start. Ferreira left flailing. Ferreira now fighting back. Can he catch him on the line? Marco Ferreira takes the gold medal. Stumbled at the start. Ferreira lost so much ground on Manavela. How he pulled that out the bag, I don't even know. Over the last 50 meters, Marco Ferreira produced a stunning finish. And he will go home with the gold medal. The winning time, 10.17 in difficult conditions. Ferreira must have thought he was out of that 20 meters into that race. He kind of made me stumble in my commentary. Lost sight of the situation when I saw him getting off to that start. Manavela got off to a cracking start, and it was his race to win. But Marco Ferreira proving just how good he is, and he is the new national junior champion in the 100-meter sprint. Great run there by Marco Ferreira. Coming into the heats this morning, I'm pretty sure Mukona Manavela was feeling very confident of walking away with the gold medal today. And Marco Ferreira proving to him in the semi-finals that he wasn't going to make it easy for him. And even though he got off to a horrific start in this final, Ferreira storming through in the closing stages, takes the gold medal home for Eastern Province. Mukona Manavela doesn't go home with nothing. He will return with the silver medal and should be proud of that, because Marco Ferreira had to produce an incredible finish there to catch him. 8 races down in the 100-meter finals, and 8 cracking affairs with 2 more to come. Next up, the under-23 women, and look out for the athletes in lane 3. South Africa's top female 100-meter sprinter, Viwe Jinki, representing Central Northwest. Some more results from a little bit earlier. The youth boys 100-meter final won by Marlon Keister in 10.31. Quaid Machan taking the silver medal in 10.40. And Ube Arendt snatching bronze in 10.42. Every 100-meter final so far has been awesome to watch. Can anybody upset Viwe Jinki? Jinki shattered youth and junior records at age group level, has come through to win national senior titles, and lines up as the favorite here in this under-23 race. On the inside is Angie Peterson from Western Province. She goes in lane 1. Yave Collins from Gauteng North is in 2. Jinki goes in 3. Anastasia George lines up in lane 4 for Gauteng North. Look out for Kayla Lechransi, who goes in lane 5 for Central Gauteng. Also a former national champion is Lechransi. Shane Vansbury goes in 6 for Gauteng North. Natasha Gattenbach is in 7 for the Free State. And in lane 8, representing Central Gauteng, the host province, is Aluwali Livankulu, my apologies. The athlete to beat goes in lane 3 in the green and black of Central Northwest. Can anybody take the throne of Viwe Jinki? A former finalist at the World Junior Championships on 2 separate occasions in this 100-meter sprint, and has come through to take her place as South Africa's fastest woman. The athletes take their marks for the start of the under-23 women's 100-meter final. And another race is off cleanly. Viwe Jinky gets off to a cracking start. Everybody else in a battle for second position. Gold medal's going to go to Viwe Jinky. Let's keep an eye on the clock. Storms over the line in 11.4 seconds. Not the quickest time, but we'll blame the conditions for that. And Viwe Jinky starting to get back to her best. Dominant performance there from Jinky. She runs back down the track to receive the applause from the crowd. She's battled with injuries the last few years, has struggled to find her best as a senior athlete, and I think we're starting to see Viwe Jinky getting back to that form that we saw from her as a youth and junior athlete, and in the early stages of her senior career, still proving she is South Africa's fastest woman. She goes home with the national under-23 title, and celebrating on the sidelines of the track is Viwe Jinky. One more 100-meter final to come, and it's going to be another cracking affair. Unlike the rest of the races, they're going to use all 10 lanes down the finishing straight. We have 10 athletes in the under-23 men's race. The athlete to beat goes in lane 3, Abdurrahman Karim, representing Western Province. Competed for South Africa last year at the World Athletics Championships at senior level over the 200-meter distance. And Abdurrahman Karim will fancy his chances here. So the full lineup for the under-23 men's final. Reitumetse Saliwe from Free State goes in lane 1. His provincial teammate Neo Binda is in lane 2. Karim, our pre-race favorite, lines up in 3 for Western Province. Moketwa Chifura, running for Gauteng North, goes in 4. Look out for Tebo Tiantini in lane 5. He turns out for Central Gauteng. Looked good in the semi-finals, did Tiantini. Batty Krevachen goes in 6 for the Free State. Blessing Igwebuke goes in lane 7 for Gauteng North. Romeo Andrews is in 8 for Western Province. Keenan Adams lines up in lane 9 in the colours of Eastern Province, and representing Athletics Free State in lane 10 is Connor Norman. While we wait for the start of that race, another result from a little earlier in the junior women's final. Zoe Cilliers taking gold for Mpumalanga in 11.62 after producing a storming finish. Hannah Hope from Mark, representing Gauteng North, takes the silver medal in 11.72, and her provincial teammate Christabel Davis coming through for bronze in 11.74. We've had 7 finals so far. No, I keep counting wrong. We've had 9 finals so far. Have we? Let me count again. No, we've had 7. All of them have been incredible. Let's see what they produce here to close out these 100-meter finals in the under-23 men's division. Abdurrahman Karim, the pre-race favorite, in lane 3, but watch out for Tsepo Tiantini. Apologies for that. So Abdurrahman Karim, the pre-race favorite, in lane 3. But look out for Tsepo Tiantini in lane 5, representing Central Gauteng Athletics. He's looked good today, has Tiantini, and a few other athletes will be hoping to spoil the party here. Look out for Chifura in 4, Krevachen in 6, Igwebuike in lane 7. the athletes enter their blocks for the start of the under-23 men's 100-meter final. And they're away as expected. Good start by Abdurrahman Karim. Pushing hard as it is outside is Chifura. Chifura starting to go backwards. Karim takes the gold medal ahead of Tsepo Tiantini, who comes through for silver. Very disappointing for Muketwa Chifura in lane 4, representing Gauteng North. Started going backwards there, grabbed his hamstring and pulled up from the race. Looked like he was ready to challenge Abdurrahman Karim, but the Western Province athlete does come through for the gold medal. His winning time, 10.27 unofficially. And as expected, a good run by Tsepo Tiantini from Central Gauteng, coming through for silver. Never good to see an athlete picking up an injury like that, especially after the good start that Chifura had. He was on the shoulder of Karim before he pulled up. Did manage to reach the finish line, but he had to hobble there. Did Muketwa Chifura, and we do hope he's okay. He'll receive some medical treatment, no doubt, but let's not take anything away from our champion, Abdurrahman Karim. Later next month, Karim will be challenging for medals again at the National Senior Championships, and this no doubt will give him some confidence going into that event. And that is it for the 100-meter finals on our program. We were hoping for excitement. We couldn't have asked for more. Awesome races across the board, brilliant performances, cracking competition, and this is what you want to see at a national championship. So exciting it was that I'm starting to lose my voice. I'll have to try and hang on, because we still have races to come. We have a few relay races left on our program, so please stick around for that. So we have quite a few mixed relay races coming up. Usually takes a few minutes to prepare for the relays because of the logistics involved. You've got to get all the athletes in the different age groups to their various changeover points. So we will give the organizers and the officials a few moments just to get things ready before we move on. But please don't run away. We do have a few relay races left on our program on day 1 of these national age group championships. I'll be taking a short break from commentary, but I'll be back for those relay races. I do apologize, folks. That's an error from me. There's been a change in our program. Unfortunately, the mixed relay races have been cancelled, so that does bring a close to our program. We would like to thank you for joining us on this live stream. We will, of course, be back at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning and again on Saturday for days 2 and 3 of the ASA National Age Group Athletics Championships. From me, Wes Barton, that's it for today. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.